Hello everyone, welcome back to Bescheuertes Kurzes Bein. My name is Lea. Yes, and welcome to the fourth test of the Border Gavaskar Trophy 2024-25. Obviously the Boxing Day test, so to anyone who celebrates, happy Boxing Day. And the series is locked at 1 apiece at the moment after India managed to, to snatch a draw from the jaws of defeat in Brisbane in a rain-affected match. They drew Australia, or Australia drew the hell out of India in that match. A lot has happened since then. Josh Hazlewood injured himself in the match, so he is out for the rest of the series. After the series, Ravichandran Ashwin called it a career after 106 tests, over 500 wickets taken. Then there was a bit of a row between Australian media and Virat Kohli upon arriving in Melbourne. Something to do with not respecting the privacy of Virat Kohli's family. So that was a bit of a shit show. So let's get into the teams. And there is change in Australia's team because Nathan McSweeney has been dropped. And in his place, we do have Sam Constas. So the Australian team is Usman Khawaja, Sam Constas. Yes, Marnus Labuschagne, Steve Smith, Travis Head, Mitchell Marsh, keeper Alex Carey, captain Pat Cummins, Mitchell Starc, Nathan Lyon, and Scott Boland, who replaces the injured Josh Hazlewood. India have also made a change. They decided to drop Shubman Gill and instead put a lot of faith in their lower middle order. Lots of all-rounders because we have Yashasvi Jaiswal, KL Rahul, Captain Rohit Sharma, who is at number 3 on the team sheet, but apparently he has indicated that he will be opening in this fourth match. We have, going by the team sheet, number 4, Virat Kohli, followed by Rishabh Pant, the keeper. Then we have 3 all-rounders in which India obviously put a lot of faith, at least in their batting. Ravindra Jadeja, followed by Nitish Kumar Reddy and Washington Sundar. The tail is composed of Jasprit Bumrah, Akashdeep and Mohammad Siraj. So, a debut for Sam Constas. Let's have a look at what he has done so far in first class. This will be his 12th first class match. He has played 11 so far. 19 innings, 1 not out, 718 runs at an average of 42.23 with a highest score of 152. He made 2 hundreds and 3 50s in these 18 innings that he played. So we will see how the debutant deals with the Indian bowlers, and we will get to see that very, very shortly because the Australians have won the toss and they chose to bat. I don't have pictures from the ground yet. But I think what I can, or let's have a look at who are the officials. The umpires are Joel Wilson and Michael Goff. Those are the on-field umpires. The TV umpire is Shafudullah from Bangladesh. The reserve umpire is Sean Craig, and the match referee is Andy Pycroft. So a lot of discussion about this Indian team. Do they rely on all-rounders too much? They will have a lot more bowling options than the Australians, probably. There are 6 legitimate bowling options in this Indian team, while the Australians basically have 4, plus Mitchell Marsh, who is he's Mitchell Marsh, isn't he? So the frontline bowling options for the Australians are Captain Pat Cummins, Mitchell Starc, Nathan Lyon, and Scott Boland. And yeah, I think it's a very experimental team, and it is interesting. It is interesting to see because in Brisbane, obviously their problems were stemming from the top order. They didn't really make any runs. Two times the top order failed in that match. Jasprit Bumrah was getting them over the line. The line in this case being the follow-on target in the second innings, which then led to them escaping with a draw. But that also means that the series will be alive in Sydney. No matter what happens here today, there will still be the chance for India to retain the Border Gavaskar Trophy, which is great. It makes for great drama. No one likes a dead rubber as the 5th test, especially now that the Border Gavaskar Trophy has been expanded to 5 tests in Australia. Let me have a look. Have a sip of coffee because it is almost midnight here in Germany, where I'm doing this from. Yeah, the usual announcements. You can obviously use the YouTube live chat, and I would really like you doing that. It's always so much more fun if you can hear from the listeners, from your audience. And I'm always game for any interaction with the audience, but keep it respectful, please. And yes, you can also use Blue Sky. Over there, the top Blue Sky handle at linuxlia.bsky.social. I will also monitor that one. The other ones are Jess, History of Everything, and Adit, who supported me at various points during the series. All of them you should also follow on Blue Sky, obviously. All very good people. And well, there has been a development between the tests. I will write a piece for the Daisy Cutter Zine after this series is done about my experiences doing this, why I'm doing it, kind of a slice of life revolving around cricket type of essays, what I have currently planned for that one. So if you're interested in that, follow Daisy Cutter on Blue Sky, and I think they're still on Twitter, or just Google Daisy Cutter Zine. You will find them. It's a it's mostly a digital fanzine about alternative voices in cricket, or an alternative zine on cricket. And I think it's well worth it. There's some really fun writing in that one, so go check him out. Let's see if we have any info on the pitch. Australia win the toss and bat. And apparently Captain Pat Cummins has said that it looks good. Always a bit of grass looks firm. So the Australians are expecting very good batting conditions for this first day. Let's see if they have read the pitch correctly. So, is anyone with us on social media? Let's have a look. So, we have Kai with us, who is saying a 19-year-old debutant for Australia today. Rohit on at 3. And he's asking why Rohit isn't opening. And yeah, I think ESPN Cricinfo was thinking or was asking the same question. And apparently, at least according to Cricinfo, Rohit Sharma may be at number 3 on the team sheet, but there is a strong indication that he will open with Yashasvi Jaiswal today. And he says, anyway, he's with us or with the match until lunch. Yes, and he's indicating that he's having a very big Christmas celebration with the family, so he's not going to make it all the way today, which is fair enough, Kai. Well, maybe a bit of background for the international listeners. Here in Germany, generally Christmas Eve is the big thing. Not so much Christmas Day or Boxing Day. It's Christmas Eve. That's the big thing, and generally the structure of the day is you go to church, and then the presents are given out on Christmas Eve, and then there's a big feast with the family, and depending on how your family is organized, I would say. Of course, during the next 2 days, which are also bank holidays in Germany, you will visit extended family, because not everyone is meeting up for Christmas Eve. If there are in-laws or stuff like that, you go to the extended family on the first on Christmas Day and on Boxing Day. So you now know how Christmas is in Germany. And apparently the pre-match ceremonies are over. I still don't have pictures from the ground. Let's see if I can get something here. No, they are still showing the NBA. I don't know why. I don't know why. Let's have a look if something is wrong with the stream. Give me a second here. No, that's not better. Yeah, I don't know. There's still NBA. There is still NBA on my feed. Um, let's have a look around. Ah, that looks better. Someone mucked up the feed, apparently. So, damn. Here we go. We now have live feed. The openers for Australia are out there, and it is Jasprit Bumrah opening the bowling to the 19-year-old Australian debutant Sam Consters. And so far, Sam Consters has been unable to score off the Indian vice captain. There are 3 slips in place for Sam Consters to open the innings, as Bumrah is beating his outside edge. I would tell you where we are in the first over, but I don't know why the host broadcaster decides that on-screen graphics are for losers, because there's nothing. There is no score, there is nothing on the feed. Let's hope they can fix that in the near future. They've been having trouble with that for the whole series. The on-screen graphics have been absolutely abysmal. Because there is a bit of a discrepancy between the feed here in Germany, and it looks like the first over of the match has been bowled for a maiden by Jasprit Bumrah, as Sam Consters. No, it's not over yet. Bumrah continues as, or does he? No, he doesn't continue. It's a replay, and it's not indicated on the screen that this is a replay, because it's not a slow-mo replay. It is just a replay of the deliveries at full speed, as Jasprit Bumrah is bowling on a length generally, but on the shorter end of a length, and outside the off stump of the debutant Sam Consters, as now in comes Mohammad Siraj. He bowls right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Usman Khawaja. There are 2 slips in place for him. There is a mid-wicket. There is a gully. There is point, as Usman Khawaja lets the first one go. There is also a square leg. which is about halfway towards the boundary. There is deep fine leg, so there is some protection for. Okay, looks like we have reconnected successfully. Internet again, bit of a problem, and I so please excuse any internet connectivity problems. There are still no on-screen graphics. Which is weird, isn't it? Okay, now we have the bare minimum of on-screen graphics again. They seem to be having some kind of problems with the scoring ribbon that normally runs along the bottom of the screen. So 4 deliveries bowled in the second over, 5 now, which is bowled by Mohammad Siraj to Usman Khawaja. The Australians have yet to score, but on the plus side for them, the Indians also have yet to take a wicket. Now we have 3 slips in place for Mohammad Siraj to Usman Khawaja. There is still a gully, but the point has come out. He has been probably moved to the slips. As for the final delivery, Mohammad Siraj angles one wide across Usman Khawaja, and there is no run. There's not even an attempt at getting a bat to that delivery. So, yeah, again, let's have a look at social media. You can always use the YouTube chat. That is probably for a lot of people the easiest way. You can also use Blue Sky to get in touch with the stream. And Chris says, thank you. I can mute the Fox feed. Yes, you can. And welcome. Please let me know any of your predictions. If you are interested in anything else about the channel, stuff like that. What do you think? Can India put Australia under pressure here in this match, and obviously in the series for the Sydney Test? Or will the Australian home advantage tell in this instance, as Jasprit Bumrah continues to Sam Constance, the 19-year-old Australian debutant. He's a right-hander, and there are the first runs for the Australians behind square on the leg side by Sam Constance, and the Australians take a couple as Jasprit Bumrah misses his line a bit, strays too much onto the stumps, and there is a couple of runs in there. It's a bit of a leg glance from Sam Constance, and the Australians are off the mark. 2 without loss for Australia now. In comes Bumrah again, right arm over the wicket, and Sam Constance defends that one into the pitch. This one is a bit fuller from Bumrah, and there is no run. There seems to be a very, very good crowd in for Boxing Day in Melbourne. It's really, really hard to find a lot of empty sections, as Bumrah continues wider outside the off stump, a bit shorter as well, and Sam Constance shoulders arms, and there is no run. So he is off the mark in Test cricket. He has played 11 first-class matches, 18 innings in those 11 first-class matches, 200s and 350s for Sam Constance in first-class cricket. and he is off the mark in tests as well. So, and he looks like a very very entertaining player, because this is only the second over in Test cricket he faces, and already he is looking for a premeditated scoop of Jasprit Bumrah. He can't connect with the ball though, and it goes through to keeper Rishabh Pant, and there is no run. But I mean, this is not the death of a T20. But Sam Constar's looking for the scoop here. Next one, a bit straighter, defended with a very straight bat from Sam Constas, but he plays inside the line, and Bumrah sneaks one past the outside edge, and there is no run. So 2 without loss, Australia after 3 overs. And now we have the scoring ribbon back in place. I don't know what's going on with the on-screen graphics, because the Australian broadcaster, the host broadcaster, has been having a lot of trouble with the on-screen graphic throughout the series. I remember instances of the indicator who is on strike switching maniacally during or between overs, 20 or 40 times. At a very high frequency. In comes Mohammad Siraj. He is facing Usman Khawaja, and he continues to bowl right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja. And I think that has been a bit of a trend for at least Mohammad Siraj. He tends to stay over the wicket to the left-handers, which is a bit against the trend in international cricket as a whole, as since a few years ago, when Ishant Sharma and I think Stuart Broad decided that coming right arm around the wicket to the left-handers is the way to go. And Mohammad Siraj coming in for his second delivery. There is a very, very loud appeal for LBW. But it is unclear if Usman Khawaja got a bat onto that. There is a discussion between Rohit, Kohli, Jadeja, Pant and Siraj, and Rohit Sharma has reviewed that decision, as the on-field umpire has not given it out. And we will go upstairs. Let's see 3 reviews for each team. And the Indians are using one relatively early, as we are now seeing replays. And from the front on camera, it looks dubious that Usman Khawaja actually got bat onto that one. Snicko seems to agree. Flatline as the ball passes the bat and hits Usman Khawaja on the knee roll. Impact is in line. Well, it's pitching in line. Impact is in line, but it is high. It is missing the wickets. It's missing the top of leg of off stump. Usman Khawaja's off stump, because he's a left-hander. And so the Indians lose their first review. It was probably a closer shout than it looked at first sight. The ball missing the top of off by not that much. It's not coat of paint territory, but it was relatively close. As Siraj continues right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja, who shoulders arms, raises the bat high above his head, and Rishabh Pant takes that one without any problems behind the stumps. As we are again seeing a replay, there is movement off the seam for Mohammad Siraj on this pitch here. The only problem being height. as we are seeing replays, slow motion replays of the Indians' reaction to that lost review. Mohammad Siraj continues, and this time he goes towards the leg side. Usman Khawaja can't get a bet on that ball for a leg glance, and it goes through to a Rishabh Pant. There is no run again. So, in the fourth over, with 2 deliveries left, the Australians are 2 for none, and this time Usman Khawaja can find the boundary at fine leg. 4 runs for the Australians, who move on to 6 without loss. Not much protection in the deep for Mohammad Siraj here. Deep fine leg has been a fixture of the series so far, but it's a luxury that is not afforded to Mohammad Siraj. He has 4 slips and a point though, so very offsidey field. Next one, final delivery of the over, right arm over the wicket and onto Khawaja's pads, and he defends it back towards the bowler, and there is no run. So the Australians are 6 without loss after 4 overs have been bowled. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on YouTube. Doesn't look like it. Anyone on social media, on the other social medias like Blue Sky? Remember, you can always use the YouTube chat and you can use Blue Sky to get in touch with the stream. Let me know your predictions. Can the Indians put Australia under pressure here, not only in this test but also in the series? Because India escaping with a draw from Brisbane means that the series will be live in Sydney, no matter what happens here in Melbourne. Let's have a look as Jasprit Bumrah continues. First delivery is another dot ball, as is the second delivery. Sam Constance is on 2 of 14 now. Australia 6 without loss. What do you think of the team compositions? India going with a very, very all-rounder heavy setup in this test. They have 3 in there: Jadeja, Reddy, and Washington Sundar. Is that the right idea? They dropped Shubman Gill for Washington Sundar, so they replaced a top order batsman with an all-rounder. Is that the right decision, or is the balance in the team for India wrong in this test? Only time will tell, I guess. We will also a very interesting point will be the Australian top order, which is probably their biggest weakness as well. As Bumrah continues 4 consecutive dot balls now in to begin his third over. Constance is on strike, he's on 2 of 16. And Bumrah is thrown the ball and he is on at his mark, turning around, coming in again now. Bumrah, right arm over the wicket, outside the off stump, and Sam Constance withdraws the bat at the very, very last minute. Pant takes it. There are 3 slips in place for Jasprit Bumrah bowling to Sam Constance. Final delivery of the 5th over coming up now Bumrah with figures of none for 2. So let us see. We have a keeper. We have 3 slips. We have a gully. We have a point for Jasprit Bumrah coming in. Right arm over the wicket, and Sam Consters looks for a leg side, for an onside drive there. Gets an inside edge to it, plays it onto his pads, and is very, very lucky that he doesn't drag that onto his stumps. But he survives. And there is no run. Yes, he gets an inside edge to that. The ball hits his back pad, and he is very, very lucky that it doesn't dribble into the stumps from there. So 5 overs gone, Australia 6 without loss. Siraj continuing. He has figures of none for 2. The only boundary the Australians scored came off him. Usman Khawaja made a 4 at fine leg of Mohammad Siraj's second over. It was his second, because now he is starting his third, and he continues right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja, but Khawaja steps back. Seems to be some problem. I don't know what exactly. Doesn't look like he has any problems with his equipment. Doesn't seem to be a problem with the side screen. Usman Khawaja stepping back, and Mohammad Siraj aborts his run-up. 3 slips, gully, and Siraj bowls right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja, who leaves that one alone, and there is no run again. Khawaja in this series has is playing in his 4 tests. He has played 3 previously. He made 63 runs at an average of 12.6, and his best score was 21. So, in comes Mohammad Siraj, right arm over the wicket, and Usman Khawaja squeezes one out towards the slip cordon, where it is fielded by Yashasvi Jaiswal as it falls short of the slip cordon, and there is no run. 2 deliveries gone in Mohammad Siraj's third over. Australia remain on 6 without loss. We have mid-off, mid-on, square leg, fine leg, legs, leg slip, and 3 slips, and a gully. So, interesting. First time in the match we have a leg slip, and Mohammad Siraj is a bit short, and there is a mighty pull from Usman Khawaja. It is fielded, though, at mid-wicket, but very, very deep, as the Indians have to run after that. And there is one of the other fixtures of this series, the 3 runs that have been scored at a much higher frequency than in most test series of the recent decade in this series. Big Australian grounds, eh? So, Usman Khawaja moves on to 7 of 15, and Sam Consters, the 19-year-old debutant for Australia, is back on strike. He will face Mohammad Siraj for the first time in this match now, as there is a loud appeal. And it is not given out on the field, as the ball is squeezed out towards the slips. And let's have a look at the replay if there is any bat involved. In comes Siraj, right arm around over the wicket, and it doesn't look like Sam Consters got a bat on that one, as Mohammad Siraj sneaks one past his inside edge onto his pads, but it's hitting him high, and the Indians have already lost one review on height. Looks a bit like they underestimated the bounce they are getting here at the Melbourne cricket ground. It was a good review in terms of line, but it went over Usman Khawaja's top of off, so the Indians lost that review. As the next delivery, Constas looks for an almighty slog towards cow corner, misses it though, and there is no run. Siraj continues. This time he aims more for a leg side line, and Constas glances it behind square on the leg side, and the Australians have run another triple as the Indians can only field that ball out in the deep. And let's have a look at social media. Well, Jay Grover liked the fact that liked my announcement of the stream for the Melbourne test, and Kai says that it's remarkable that Constas is kept number 468 for Australia, while England in the same time frame, obviously, because Australia and England were obviously the first test, have 718 caps. But I think the answer to that one is probably because there have been times when the English have played a lot more tests than the Australians. And of course, you can never disregard the 90s when England changed the team around constantly, as Bumrah continues, and Constas is trying the scoop shot again, and this time he gets it right. There are, I think, 4 runs for Sam Constas in that. And the next one, the first one was over fine leg. This time he goes fine into the offside behind square, another scoop shot, and this time I think it is a 6. I would tell you, but the scoring overlay on the host broadcaster has been on the fritz, or is on the fritz again, as we are seeing replays. Yes, the second one is definitely a 6, about 10 centimeters behind the boundary rope. Yes, so Jasprit Bumrah is starting to leak a few runs, but Sam Constas is living dangerously, playing very, very unconventional shots, but it means the Australians have suddenly raced to 22 without loss as Bumrah continues, this time Fuller outside the off stump, and Constas is angling with an angled bat. It's fishing with an angled bat outside his off stump. As we are seeing replays of the 2 scoop shots that Sam Constas played off the first 2 deliveries of Jasprit Bumrah's over, the 7th and 7th overall and Bumrah's 4th. Constas on 15 of 24. In comes Bumrah again, right arm over the wicket, and Constas steps towards the offside, looking to pad up to that one, and it's missing his front foot pad, and there is no run. So 2 more deliveries left to go. Australia 22 without loss, and let's see how long this can work for Sam Constas. These are very, very one-day international type shots. And again, he is scooping Jasprit Bumrah and again scooping him for a 6. So 2 sixes hit in the over. That means it has now cost India 16 runs. Jasprit Bumrah's fourth over has cost India 16 runs. All of them coming from scoop shots by the debutant Sam Constance. As we are now seeing replays, they are looking at the impact. Did the ball bounce before hitting the boundary rope? And I think this one is one of those perfectly calibrated shots. I think it hits the boundary a fraction of a second before the ball touches the grass. There is a bit of rock and rolling, as the TV umpires say, going on. No, it is given as a 4, I think. Yes, it is given as a 4, so 26 without loss Australia, and the scoring ribbon is still not working correctly. Final delivery is, I think, another dot ball. Let me open another instance of ESPN Crick Info so I can also have a look at the ball by ball on Crick Info, because the scoring overlay on the host broadcaster is not always on the screen. Final delivery was indeed a dot ball. So Khawaja is on strike, and Siraj continues with his right arm over the wicket ploy, and he angles one across Khawaja very, very wide, and there is no run. And the overlay again showed Sam Constance to be on strike, which is unlikely because the batsman is standing there having taken a left-handed stance. Pull shot again from Khawaja, and this time it is fielded out near the boundary by, I think that was Washington Sundar, and the Australians have taken another triple as Siraj has pulled his length back a bit again. So Australia 29 without loss. And let's have a look what's happening here. Sam Constance is taking guard. There are 2 slips and a gully, and Mohammad Siraj is coming right arm over the wicket. Sam Constance looking for an almighty heave again. Mistimes the shot though, loses sight of the ball for a tiny bit, but there is no danger of a run out as he checks his start, and there is no run. Fourth delivery coming up now. In comes Mohammad Siraj, and this one is played towards deep fine leg by Sam Constance. There is a fielder out there now, so protection behind square on the leg side this time for Mohammad Siraj, and that means the Australians can only take a single, and that brings up 30 for Australia. 2 more deliveries left in the 8th over, Mohammad Siraj's 4th. Australia 30 without loss. Khawaja on strike. He's on 10 of 17 as Siraj comes right arm over the wicket. And again, too wide down the too wide outside the off stump, and Usman Khawaja leaves that one alone. I don't think that Siraj should bowl right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja. It seems to be okay economy-wise, but there is absolutely no danger because Usman Khawaja doesn't have to play at any of those deliveries that Siraj angles across him, and when he pulls it back towards the stumps, there are easy cuts to point, like this one, backward of point, and there is another couple of runs for the Australians. So 32 without loss now. And let's have a look if anyone is with us. Jess in the Discord server is writing that Sam Constance now has passed Sachin Tendulkar for test runs scored when batting in the top 2. Which is a crazy stat if true. I would have to look at that für die I would have to look at that during lunch. And Kai is with us. Thanks for answering in the stream. Yeah, there is the 1921 Ashes where England had 30 players in 5 tests. Yeah, and there's a crazy thing. I think in the 90s, England managed to play around 30 tests at home in England and never playing the same team in consecutive tests. As Bumrah continues, and he bowls right arm over the wicket to Sam Constance, and again he misses Constance's pat, but there is no way this is not going down the leg side. There is an appeal. It's not given out on the field by Joel Wilson, and India have wisely decided not to review that one. Next one, Bumrah gets an outside edge of Sam Constance, but it falls short of, I think that's Virat Kohli at second slip. Yes, it is indeed Kohli, and that is short of him. He stops it, but that was very, very dangerous from Sam Constance. He has to watch his technique. These outside edges can be very, very dangerous here, especially from especially while facing Jasprit Bumrah, one would think, as we are seeing replays again of Sam Constance's most productive shots so far in the series, which is the scoop. Yeah, and Kai is also saying that it's interesting that England has played more tests than Australia. I think there's a bit of a thing in there that during the early years of the 20th century, the Australians didn't really go to South Africa when they acquired test status. I mean, think about it. Don Bradman, who retired in the late 40s, he only played test cricket in England and Australia, even though at the time the West Indies had test status, and South Africa had test status, and India had test status. He never played in any of those nations. So, 2 more dot balls, 1 delivery left in Jasprit Bumrah's 5th over. Australia 33 for no loss, as there was 1 leg bye of the 3rd delivery in this over. 8.5 overs gone. And in comes Jasprit Bumrah again, and he is bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja, who guides him down towards a deep fine leg where Mohammad Siraj is stationed too fine and can't get to it. So Khawaja gets another boundary behind square on the leg side, and there are 4 runs, and the Australians are 37 without loss. And it looks like we will have some drinks because it's apparently very, very hot today at the MCG. And I will take a very, very short drinks break as well. See you in a bit, everyone. And we are back from the drinks break. Mohammad Siraj is continuing. Dot ball to begin the over, and a drive from Sam Constance of the 2nd delivery, where Jadeja is running after it from cover, and the Australians take a couple as Jadeja runs that one down. So Australia 39 without loss now. Very good running from Jadeja there. He is obviously the best fielder probably in the Indian side, at least, if not in the world. There have been a lot of jokes about Jadeja being a specialist 12th man, depending on the pitch conditions, if his services as spinner were needed. In comes Mohammad Siraj again, and Constas looks to defend, misses it though, and there is no run as Mohammad Siraj sneaks one past his inside edge this time. And Rishabh Pant takes it behind the stumps, and there is appreciable seam movement of the pitch for Mohammad Siraj in here. It seems into Sam Constas after pitching on a length. So Mohammad Siraj, fourth delivery of the over, in he comes, right arm over the wicket as Constas looks to drive this very, very straight past the bowler, but the bat turns in his hands and it dribbles into the offside, where it is fielded relatively close to the square, and there is no run. There are a few words exchanged between Mohammad Siraj and Sam Constas as it actually hits Mohammad Siraj. Very hard drive from Sam Constas, and it hits Siraj, and from there goes out into the offside, where it is fielded by another fielder off screen. In comes Siraj again, and Sam Constas steps back towards the leg side and cuts this one away behind point for 4 runs. Australia 43 without loss, 9.5 overs. And there has been a lot of talk in the lead up to this match if this could be probably the first test in the series where batsmen might dominate. In comes Mohammad Siraj. Right arm over the wicket, swivel pull from Sam Constas, and it is fielded in the leg side near the boundary. There is a single in that one as he picked out the fielder relatively well. Was a bit lucky that he fell short there. So the Australians move on to 44 without loss, 7 runs off the 10th over. As we are seeing replays of the fielders changing ends, and there is a shoulder bump between Virat Kohli and Sam Constas. The umpire is getting involved, having words with the batter. Virat Kohli, who was attacked in the press in the lead up to this match, he seems fired up. Kohli, a bit like Nasser Hussain in that respect. He's best when he's aggravated a bit, trying to show someone what he can do. In comes Bumrah, 2 slips in for him as Constas drives this very, very straight mid-off, misses it, and there is another boundary for the Australians, 48 without loss. Oh dear. Brings up his 30 for Sam Constas, 31 now. He's having a really, really good debut so far. Bumrah again, right arm over the wicket. Constas steps back and clips A full toss from Jasprit Bumrah as he misses his length, but it is fielded by mid-on. There is no run. Bumrah smiling while chewing his gum on his way back to his mark now. He has been thrown the ball again, turning around, and he starts his run up. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. Another swivel pull by Sam Consters. And the Australians have taken another couple of runs from the looks of it. Yes. 50 up for Australia after 10.3 overs. Bumrah with figures of none for 26 from 5.3. The batsmen meet in the middle, bump their fists. The partnership is a half-century partnership. Definitely, I think that's the highest opening partnership for Australia in this series. In comes Bumrah again. Lofted drive into the onside from Sam Consters, and this one finds the boundary. The umpires have not signaled yet if it is a 4 or a 6. Let's have a look. There is the replay. It's not the best looking on drive I have ever seen. And this one has cleared the boundary. So, umpire Joel Wilson signals a 6. 56 without loss Australia. 2 more deliveries left in Jasprit Bumrah's 6th over. In he comes again. Right arm over the wicket. And this one is another full toss that is late cut by Sam Consters for 4 runs as he can pierce the field between the second slip and the gully. Third man is also way too fine for that one. And there is another boundary. 4 runs for Sam Consters. 16 runs of the over now for Australia. And there is still one more delivery left to come. 60 up for Australia, who are racing along here. Bumrah comes in. This one is chipped over cover by Sam Consters. And I think it's again Jadeja running after it. Yes, it is indeed. He feels it. And the Australians are taking a couple again. So 18 runs of the 11th over. 62 without loss Australia. As Sam Consters is signaling to the dressing room, he has now taken off his gloves and he is rolling up the handle of his bat, I think. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. First, let's have a look at YouTube chat. I think nothing in the YouTube chat, if I am seeing that correctly, or if my streaming software is not. No, doesn't look like it. Okay, there is nothing on there. And there is nothing on Blue Sky for the time being. Okay, so Mohammad Siraj is continuing for India. He is bowling to Usman Khawaja. There is a dot ball to begin the over. We are seeing replays of Sam Consters doing something. Taking off his gloves, doing something to the handle of his bat. No. Nothing conclusive on the screen here. He is standing at the non-striker's end at the moment. He has his bat under his arm. There seems to be a bit of a delay as Mohammad Siraj is taking all the time in the world to walk back to his mark. In he comes, and this time Siraj is bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Usman Khawaja, but this one is again too wide outside the off stump. There is no run as Usman Khawaja leaves that one alone. So 2 dot balls to begin Mohammad Siraj's 6th over, as we are seeing Jasprit Bumrah getting a bit of a drink at the boundary. So Constance on 45 of 44 deliveries, Khawaja on 16 of 24. Australia overall 62 without loss as Siraj continues. Right arm around the wicket, clipped off his pads by Khawaja, and there is a single in that. So Constance on strike now. Australia 63 without loss. We are seeing close-ups of Washington Sundar out in the field. He is brought in by India in place of Shubman Gill, who has been dropped after a relatively lackluster series so far. India going with a very, very all-rounder heavy team in this match. Let's see if that can work here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground as Constance guides one between slip and gully. It is fielded near the boundary by KL Rahul, I think that is. And there are 2 runs in that for the Australians. So 65 without loss Australia. Constance on 47 of 45. 2 more deliveries left to go. And Siraj comes in right arm over the wicket. This one is definitely short and a bit down leg side. And Constance is looking for a hook there. Misses it though. And Rishabh Pant takes it above his head. There is no run. Final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 6th over coming up now. Sam Constance taking guard. He's on 47 of 46. Very, very baseball kind of innings. And Mohammad Siraj continues to bowl short to Sam Constance. The plan seems to be to bounce him out. Again, Constance looks for the hook shot, misses it. There is a bit of an appeal from behind the stumps for a caught behind by Rishabh Pant, but that is more bluster than substance, I think, as it is not given out on the field. No one is really convinced that Sam Constance got bat onto that, and therefore there is no review. The Indians having already lost one of their reviews on a LBW shout that turned out to be a bit high. Australia after 12 overs are 65 without loss. Let's have a look at social media. As there is again discussion between the umpires. Sam Constance, or is it just a replay of the shoulder bumping that took place earlier? As my stream has currently died. Let's have a look if reloading it might help the situation. Yeah, always remember, like and subscribe. It's free and it really helps a small channel like mine if you do so. Another announcement, I will be publishing an essay about my experiences doing this for the Border Gavaskar Trophy on Daisy Cutter. the Daisy Cutter Zine. You can find them on social media at Daisy Cutter Zine, Z-I-N-E. Daisy Cutter in one word. They are on Blue Sky. They're an online cricket zine with a very alternative perspective. So really good. Good read. There is a lot of interesting stuff in there, and I will be writing a bit of an essay about my experiences doing this here. Bit of a slice of life, revolving around the Border Gavaskar Trophy, what's going on, everything like that. So, as I have pictures again, Akash Deep concedes a couple and a single of the first 2 deliveries, then follows it up with 3 dot balls to Sam Constas, who is aiming for his 50, obviously. This one is clipped off his legs towards mid-on, and there is a single in that one. So he moves on to 48 now of 51 deliveries. Yeah, very good debut for him so far. And Usman Khawaja is also looking relatively solid for the first time in this series. Basically, he is on 20, only 1 away from his highest score for the series. The highest score of Usman Khawaja in the Border Gavaskar Trophy is 21. In the Border Gavaskar Trophy, 24-25. In comes Akash Deep, and there is a mistimed attempt at a drive from Sam Constas. He gets an inside edge to that. He was looking to play it into the offside. He gets an inside edge towards square leg. There is no fielder at square leg, so he can take a couple, and he makes a 50 on debut for Australia. Sam Constas, congratulations. 50 of 52 deliveries, Australia 71 without loss after 13.1 overs. There is Kohli cam, Virat Kohli at slip in a close-up. In comes Mohammad Siraj, right arm over the wicket, and this one is pulled by Constas. Very hard pull from him, as Mohammad Siraj is erring towards the shorter end of things again. We will have to see if this is a 4 or a 6 again. The umpires have not signaled it yet. They are probably wanting to see a replay of that, and it looks like it is indeed another 6 in front of the Australian dugout, where the support staff sit near the boundary rope. And the perspective the broadcaster was showing was a bit unfortunate, because it showed the ball disappearing behind the dugout before touching the ground. And now there is another perspective, and the ball bounces 10 centimeters inside the rope. So it's a 4 for Australia. 75 without loss. Sam Constas on 54 of 53. Mohammad Siraj in again, and Constas looks for a sweep there and is apparently hit amidships. There is no appeal for LBW, but Sam Constas is undoing his trousers, looking down. Oh, yes, there is a replay, and he is looking for a sweep, misses it, and he is hit flush in the family jewels. And he is looking into his pants, probably making sure that nothing bad like the split box that happened to Bumble has happened to him. Physio is out on the field. He is given something to drink. Usman Khawaja very cruelly patting his box, and Constance recoils, probably in pain. This is, at least for Australia, the fastest 50s on test debut. Adam Gilchrist leads the way in 1999 of 46 balls. Ashton Agar against England in 2013 took 50 deliveries, and Constance against India now on 52. Agar, obviously, that was a very, very spectacular debut for Ashton Agar. It is still the highest score from number 11. He was out for 98. In the first test of the 2013 Ashes, that was. Yes. If you want to hear a very funny story about the first test of the 2013 Ashes, go look for the Ridiculous Ashes podcast, and obviously listen to the 2013 series. So, next delivery brings a single for Australia. So, Sam Constance, who is probably relatively relieved that he is off strike for the moment. Usman Khawaja is on strike. And this one is clipped off his legs for a single. And Australia move on to 77 for no loss. Usman Khawaja has equaled his highest score of the series so far. And yes, we now have confirmation. This is the third fastest 50 on test debut for Australia. Final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 7th over is to come now, as we are seeing a Jasprit Bumrah fielding out in the deep near the boundary. There is a leg slip in place for Sam Constance. There are two slips. There is a mid-off, mid-on, and Mohammad Siraj bowls shorter outside the off stump, and Sam Constance looks for an uppercut. Misses it though. Rishabh Pant takes it behind the stumps, and there is no run again. Okay. Again, you can always get in touch with the stream on the YouTube chat. You can do that. You can also use Blue Sky. The relevant handle is the first one on there, at linuxlea.bluesky.social. As we are seeing replays of Sam Constance celebrating his 50 on a debut, the third fastest for Australia in tests. As he pulls out the Cricket Australia crest and taps it with his bat on his chest. In comes Akash, deep right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Usman Khawaja, who plays inside the line, misses it, and there is no run. And it proves the point that Mohamed Siraj should probably have gone around the wicket to Usman Khawaja a lot earlier. He was bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, and he looked very unthreatening to Khawaja. Next one is defended into the offside by Khawaja, fielded by the bowler. There is again no run, so Australia remain on 77 without loss. As we are now seeing the wagon wheel for Sam Constance, his most productive scoring area is behind square on the offside. As Akashdeep comes in right arm around the wicket and Usman Khawaja leaves one alone, and there is no run, as we are seeing Sam Constance fiddling around with the handle of his bat again. Replays of Constance versus Kohli. There was a bit of a shoulder bump between overs as the fielders changed over. In comes Akashdeep for the fourth delivery, and there is a pull from Usman Khawaja that KL Rahul just can't take at mid-on. That was a very, very hard chance. He misses. He chips it over him by about 1.5 meters, maybe 1.5 meters too short. KL Rahul here. Very, very sloppy shot from Usman Khawaja, though, as the Australians take a single and move on to 78 without loss in the 15th over of the match. 2 more deliveries left to go as Akashdeep comes in right arm over the wicket, and this one is bowled onto the legs of Sam Constance, who looks to guide it towards fine leg. He misses it though, and Rishabh Pant takes it behind the stumps. There is no appeal for anything. It's just a dot ball for the Australians. Final delivery of Akashdeep's second over coming up now. Australia 78 without loss. In comes Akashdeep, and this one is outside the off stump, a bit on the shorter end of a length, and Sam Constance steps back towards the leg side and looks to slash at it, misses it, and there is no run. And the Australians are really obsessed with that shoulder bump between Constance and Kohli. We are seeing replays again. The umpire having words with both of them, telling both of them to cool it. Yeah, I think Virat Kohli is one of the bigger pantomime villains currently in Australia. I think he's not yet at the level of Stuart Broad, who is probably the biggest pantomime villain in Australia. As Kai says, yeah, wow, 50 of 52 for Constance. Yes, as I said, third fastest Test 50 on debut for Australia. As we get to see spin for the first time in the match. Before lunch on day one, Ravindra Jadeja is brought into the attack by Captain Rohit Sharma. Australia 78 without loss. The ball is 15 overs old. There is Yashasvi Jaiswal who is again trying to put these comically bulky pads under his trousers, or into his trousers. there was one test where he failed to get the pads into his pants. So I think they decided to go without pads at short leg. He is now under the lid, as they say, at short leg, as Ravindra Jadeja comes in left arm around the wicket to the left-handed Usman Khawaja, who defends it into the offside, and there is no run. There is only one slip in place for Jadeja, as Khawaja steps back into his crease, pulls him powerfully, and there is another boundary for the Australians. Australia 82 without loss now. And again, my stream has died. Australia 82 without loss. In he comes again, right arm around the wicket, and this one is cut by Khawaja, fielded by, I think that's Akashdeep, and there is a single in that for the Australians. 83 without loss. Constas on strike. 55 of 58 he is. Final delivery of Ravindra Jadeja's over is to come. In comes Jadeja, left arm around the wicket, and there is again no run. Australia 83 without loss after 16 overs. Jadeja with figures of none for 5 of 1. There is a bit of a delay. I don't know what's going on. There seems to be some sort of vehicle out on the pitch. What's going on here? Is that another drinks break? Yes, that is another drinks break. I will be with you again very, very shortly after this drinks break. And we are back. Sorry, everyone. It's getting a bit chilly now. It is almost 2 o'clock in the morning. And yeah, what with all the cost of living, it was okay at midnight. But now it's getting a bit, excuse me, a bit too chilly. Had to put something on to keep me warm a bit. Akash continues. 3 dot balls to start his next over. As he is bowling to Usman Khawaja. Usman is very, very lucky here not to get an outside edge. Australia remain on 83 without loss. Usman Khawaja on 27 of 40, the highest score of the series for him, or in the series for him. As Akashdeep continues, right arm around the wicket. This one is defended out into the offside by Usman Khawaja, and there is again no run. Akash with figures of none for 5 from 2.4 overs now. Australia 83 without loss. 16.4 overs have been bowled in the match. The Australians are racing along. This is definitely their highest partnership of the series so far, 83. Akash continues, right arm around the wicket, too wide outside the off stump, and Usman Khawaja has no problems raising the bat above his head to that one, and there is again no run. There are 2 slips, there is a gully, there is a backward point in place for Usman Khawaja. As we are seeing shots of the crowd, Indian fans, they are not looking that happy at the moment. India definitely need a breakthrough, as the final delivery is more of the same outside the off stump, a bit too short, and Usman Khawaja lets that one go through. Australia 83 without loss. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Reminder, you can always use the YouTube chat. You can also use at linuxlayer.bsky.social. I will monitor that as well. And yes, again, always, as always, please, if you are watching this, like and subscribe. It really helps the channel, especially a very, very small channel like mine. Less than 100 subscribers. But yeah, thank you everyone who is watching. I really, really appreciate it. As Ravindra Jadeja is in for his second over, there is a bit of a discussion of the first delivery if there is a review in that one, as Jadeja comes left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Costas, who seems to miss that one, but I'm not sure it wouldn't have missed the stumps down the leg side, as Jadeja continues, because India have decided not to review that one. A drive from Costas, and there is a single in it, as it is misfielded at mid-off. And replays now show that if India had taken the review, it would have been umpire's call on hitting the wickets. So it wouldn't have been out, but India wouldn't have lost the review, as it was just clipping the top of Sam Constas' leg stump. Next one is a single into the leg side, and Australia move on to 86 without loss. So Khawaja is back on strike now. There is a slip and a silly point in place for Usman Khawaja, who drives at it. but there is a fielder out there at cover, and it is fielded, and there is a beach ball on the ground on the outfield. Everyone looking at it as it is driven across the outfield by the wind. It has now been stopped. It has been handed over to the ground staff, and play can now continue as Jadeja continues, left arm around the wicket, bowled outside the off stump and left alone by Khawaja again, taken by Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, and there is no run. Okay, let's have a look if anyone is with us. No one I can see on YouTube. Why is my camera flickering this much? Look, give me a second. I think this is better. Okay. Yeah, it's always a bit. Problematic with the streams in the dark and the automatic exposure of the camera and stuff like that. So I have now turned it to manual, and I might have to readjust it as the day's play goes on. As Akashdeep continues, first delivery of his over is fielded in the outfield, and the Australians have run 3 runs. Australia 89 without loss, 18.2 overs gone, as the second one is a dot ball into the leg side by Usman Khawaja. 2 slips a gully and a backward point in place for him. There is a short mid-wicket. There is also cover, and there is a mid-on and mid-off as Akashdeep comes in, right arm around the wicket, defended back towards the bowler by Khawaja, and there is no run. 28 of 48 for Usman Khawaja. Sam Constance has batted for 91 minutes. He has hit 6 fours, 2 sixes, and 22 scoring shots in total for his 60 not out of 63 deliveries he has faced. In comes Akashdeep again, and is that out? I don't think it's out. It bounces in front of Virat Kohli, who stops it though, as Usman Khawaja gets an outside edge to that one. Yes, it bounced before Kohli at second slip, who takes it on the half volley, but he is too far back. Relatively soft hands from Usman Khawaja there. Dies about 1.5 meters in front of Kohli. There is no run though. In comes Akashdeep, and this one is driven out by Usman Khawaja to mid-off, and there is again no run. Australia 89 without loss. We have slip, Zagali, square leg, backward point, cover, mid-off, and mid-on in place now. As Akashdeep comes in, right arm around the wicket, and this one is again on the shorter end of things, or on the shorter end of a good length, but again too wide outside the off stump, and Usman Khawaja leaves that one alone. The Indians have bowled very, very defensively, I would say, towards the left-hander. Too far outside his off stump, and that is relatively regardless of if they have been bowling right arm around or over the wicket. In comes Jadeja now. There is a slip. There is, well, that's very, very short cover in place for him. One slip, short cover, and there is an appeal for LBW of the second delivery, and it is given out on the field as Ravindra Jadeja comes left arm around the wicket, and that ends Sam Conster's first innings in Test cricket. He has to go for 60 of 65. Australia lose their first wicket, 89 for 1, but very, very good debut for Sam Consters, and the Australians will definitely be happy with this opening partnership. It's one of the better ones of the series. It's not the first. It's not the best. That would be Rahul and Jaiswal, I think. In the first test. Anyway, Sam Consters has to go, and that brings Manos Labuschagne at number 3 out into the middle. So a much needed breakthrough for the Indians. As we are now seeing replays, it is pitching in line, impact in line, and hitting the wickets, because Sam Consters is obviously out. LBW bowled Jadeja for 60. Huge celebration from Ravindra Jadeja. High five, double high fives with Rishabh Pant. And that brings out Manos Labuschagne into the middle. Yashasvi Jaiswal is standing at short leg to him. Rohit Sharma, the only slip in place for him, as first ball he cuts. It is fielded by Washington Sundar in the offside though, forward of point. There is no run. As Jadeja continues, this one is defended into the offside by Labuschagne. It is fielded by, I think that is Kohli at short cover, who throws it in very aggressively. If you want to be unkind to Virat Kohli, you could say that he was targeting the batsman there with the throw in towards the stumps. Anyway, as we are seeing some confusing replays. Next one is a single, so Usman Khawaja is back on strike, so there is a silly point in place for him. There is a slip. There is a bit of confusion of the final delivery, as the Australians take a single behind square on the offside, and that brings up their 90 for 1 now, the Australians. As we are seeing a replay of the wicket of Sam Consters, who made 60 on a debut, but he was out. LBW bowled Jadeja. Let's see how long will it take for Manos Labuschagne to annoy one of the Indian bowlers sufficiently that they will give him a talking to, like Siraj, who confronted him after about 3 deliveries he faced in the second innings of the first test. Akashdeep to continue. His 5th over, he has figures of none for 8. Australia are 90 for 1 after 20 overs. So, let's see. There should be another 18 minutes in this first session. India would need to get in 10 more overs, which they're obviously not going to get in, as Manas Labuschagne is off the mark of the first delivery. is taking a single off the first delivery of Akashdeep's over. No, he is not. It's a leg by. The Australians move on to 91 though. Labuschagne was off the mark during the last over. Now he's taking off his helmet at the non-strikers and looking at it. And Akashdeep continues. Right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Usman Khawaja, who looks to defend. And there is a bit of a question if Khawaja got back onto that. There is a lot of movement now for Akashdeep, both through the air and off the pitch. It looked a lot like the ball deviated after passing the batsman, but the replays show that there is a clear gap between bat and ball. There is very, very, very late swing here for Akashdeep, as Usman Khawaja defends one towards point and there is no run. 91 for 1 Australia. A leg by followed by 2 dots thus far in Akashdeep's 5th over. As we are seeing a breakdown of Khawaja's series thus far, scores of 8, 4, 13, 9, 21, the highest score of the series before this test for him. Next one by Akashdeep, right arm around the wicket, clipped off the legs by Usman Khawaja, who finds deep square leg, and there is a single in that. Australia 92 for 1. 2 more deliveries left in the over. Manas Labuschagne is on strike. And I suspect that Akashdeep will go right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Labuschagne. Indeed, it looks that way. There are 3 slips, there is a gully, and Akashdeep comes in right arm over the wicket and left alone by Manas Labuschagne. It's a delivery in the corridor of uncertainty. Final delivery of the 21st over coming up now. Australia remain on 92 for 1. Jadeja throws the ball to Akashdeep, and we see a close-up of Rohit Sharma at first slip and Virat Kohli at second slip in conversation, as Labuschagne defends into the onside and there is no run. The ball is fielded by Mohammad Siraj, who is moving directly towards Manas Labuschagne here. Is there a sequel to their confrontation in the second innings of the first test? We will have to wait and see, because the broadcast has gone to commercials. So let's see if anyone is with us. Looks like nothing in chat. Let's see if there is anyone with us on Blue Sky. Reminder, you can use at linuxlayer.bsky.social, as now Khawaja is getting in on the scoop action, as he scoops the first delivery from the Jadeja towards a deep fine leg, and the Australians have taken a couple. I think they have taken a couple. Yes, indeed they have done. So Australia 94 for 1. There is a slip and silly point in place for Usman Khawaja as he defends that one towards mid-on, where it is again fielded by Mohammad Siraj. There is no run. In comes Jadeja, left arm around the wicket, and this one is again played off his pads by Usman Khawaja into the leg side, and the Australians have taken a single. Labuschagne on strike now, 95 for 1 Australia. As Jadeja aborts his run-up. Yashasvi Jaiswal is at square leg, at short leg to the right-hander, Manus Labuschagne. There's only one slip in place. Labuschagne defends the first delivery he faces from Jadeja. This over is defended. And the next one finds the boundary at third man. And Australia move on to 99 for 1. It's a very, very late cut from Manus Labuschagne that flies to the right of Captain Rohit Sharma at first slip. Next one is again played towards third man. And that is consecutive boundaries, as I think that's KL Rahul standing at backward point. Looks after it before setting off. Australia bring up the 100 with 2 consecutive fours from Manus Labuschagne. 103 for 1 now. 11 more minutes left in this first session. Bumrah continues as we are seeing disjointed highlights. Boundaries and the dismissal of Sam Constance, who is now in his training, in his trainers, and is taking selfies with fans in the stands, giving autographs as Bumrah continues to Khawaja, right arm around the wicket. First delivery is a dot ball. As we are seeing Sam Constance standing at the entrance to the tunnel and giving autographs and taking selfies with fans. Bumrah, very, very sharp one towards Khawaja, who defends that one into the leg side as there is no run. This one rears up off a length and it hits Khawaja's bat on the splice. Third delivery of the over. Bumrah, right arm around the wicket, defended into the leg side, into the onside by Usman Khawaja. There is a bit of an appeal for LBW. It is not given out on the field by Joel Wilson. There is a bit of a discussion between Rohit Sharma and Rishabh Pant, but clearly Khawaja got bat onto that one, and there is no run. Fourth delivery of Bumrah's 7th over coming up now. In he comes again, right arm around the wicket. And this one is wider again outside Usman Khawaja's off stump, who leaves it alone again, and there is no run. So 4 dot balls to start the over for Jasprit Bumrah now. As we are again seeing Sam Constance taking selfies and giving autographs with fans. Bumrah, right arm around the wicket, clipped off his legs by Khawaja, but fielded by Nitish Kumar Reddy, if I am not mistaken, at square leg. There is again no run. I mean, I get it. This is a very, very good debut from Sam Constance, but him smiling, well, very forced, with taking selfies with fans with a very, very forced looking smile. I don't know if I need that. As Bumrah ends his 7th over with another dot ball, so there's a maiden for Jasprit Bumrah in there. As the Australians end the 23rd over on 103 for 1. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Nothing on the YouTube chat. Someone on Blue Sky, not writing into the stream, Sam Iyer on Cricket, asks if any of this is if any of this is illegal. Sam Constance taking selfies and giving autographs to fans out on the boundary or near the entrance to the tunnel because of the stringent anti-corruption rules. And I don't think that giving the fans autographs is in any way problematic under the anti-corruption laws. It's not like the fans are giving him something, and I mean, Constance's innings is over. He is out. There is I don't think there is any problem with a young player giving a few autographs after a very, very fine first innings in tests. As Akashdeep continues, first one is a couple for Manus Labuschagne. Second delivery is a single. And there is a missed run-out chance by Mohammad Siraj, who can't field the ball cleanly on the ground, giving the Australians a chance to run a further, to steal one, basically run on the misfield of the first delivery of the over. I think that is a replay. Third delivery is a dot ball. Australia remain on 106 for 1 after 23.3 overs. The only wicket to fall thus far in the session is Sam Constance on debut, as Akashdeep serves Usman Khawaja a full toss that he can't take advantage of. Plays it out to mid-off, and there is no run. 2 more deliveries left in Akash Deep's 6th over. In comes Akashdeep, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja, who looks to defend this, is hit, but hit very, very high. No one is thinking about reviewing that one. As we are seeing, no, oh yes, it is very, very, he is hit very, very high. It's the second time that an Australian batsman has been hit in the crotch. Next one is driven out to the offside, and it is again misfielded by Mohammad Siraj at mid-off. He gets fingers to the ball, can't stop it though, gets up and runs after the ball and, well, limits the damage that his error caused by fielding the ball, throwing it back into the middle, and there is, I think, another couple of runs. No, it's 3 balls, 3 runs the Australians take. I'm sorry. It is very, very early. All right. Jasprit Bumrah to continue, as the Australians are 109 for 1. So thus far, Australia's session for sure. The Indians would need at least 2 wickets in this, which is probably the final over before the lunch break, to make it anything approaching even. As the first delivery of the Bumrah over is cut behind backward point by Usman Khawaja, and the Australians have taken a couple. Three slips in now for Jasprit Bumrah, as he balls that one onto the legs of Usman Khawaja, who defends it into the onside. There is no run. 111 for 1. So anyone who believes in bad luck numbers, in those what we call Schnapszahlen in Germany, anyone who is a bit superstitious about that, about Nelson, will be on their toes or standing on one leg, hopping, which I understand is one of the common responses to a team being on Nelson. But I think that's a very, very English kind of thing. I think the Australian bad luck number isn't 111. I can't exactly remember what the Australian bad luck number is. I think it's something like 187 or something like that. Something very nothing round or in any way remarkable due to any inherent look of the number. It's not because it's a tripled 3 times the same number. I don't know why it's 187, but I think it's 187. If anyone knows why what and why, what the Australian bad luck number is and why it is the Australian bad luck number, please do let me know. As the Australians take a single of the probably penultimate delivery before lunch, and that means the Australians are off Nelson 112 for 1, Labuschagne on 12 of 11, Usman Khawaja on 38 of 73. Final delivery of the session coming up. 3 slips for Manos Labuschagne as Jasprit Bumrah comes in right arm over the wicket, and this one is angled across Labuschagne down the leg side, and Labuschagne looks to glance it towards fine leg, but there is no run, and that is indeed lunch. So let's have a look at the scorecard. The only Australian wicket to fall in this first session of the first day was debutant Sam Constas, who made 60 of 65. He was out LBW bowled Jadeja. Usman Khawaja is 38 not out and Manos Labuschagne is 12 not out. There were 2 leg byes in the session. Australia take the honours for the first session of the day, 112 for 1. Ravindra Jadeja, probably the pick of the bowlers because he's the only one who has taken any wickets. Jasprit Bumrah is uncharacteristically expensive so far. He has bowled 8 overs. He has an economy above 5. He has bowled 3 maidens, conceded 41 runs and taken no wickets. So, and with that, we have arrived at lunch. I will look for one of Adit's podcasts. You should follow him on Blue Sky. He is the bottom one of the Blue Sky handles on your screen right now. He has a podcast called Cricket Sickos. You can find it on YouTube. I will not show you the video for that one because I'm not sure if that is all right, because while I do have permission from Adit to play these podcasts, I'm not certain if I use the YouTube video for that, if that will trigger the content bots. So, I think I will go with, well, I don't know. Let's see what we have, what episodes are available. Yeah. We'll go with the latest episode, Punching Above Its Weight, with Nate Hayes. So please enjoy that. Subscribe to Adit.
Hello and welcome to the Cricket Seekers podcast. I'm your host Adit, and on the show today, we've got another guest who's only learned about cricket as an adult and has an incredible origin story. It's Nate Hayes, and so, like other guests, Nate has taken his love of the game and gone on to do incredible things in cricket, which you will hear about in the interview. Today's guest is an important voice in covering cricket in the USA from the Minor League Cricket Network and the Big Innings podcast. It's Nate Hayes. Welcome, Nate.
Hey, thank you very much for having me.
Very happy to have you. We will talk about all your great work growing the game in the US, but I want to start off by getting into your cricketing origin story. So, what I've heard is that your first exposure to cricket was during the 2015 ODI World Cup, and the game was between Australia and Pakistan. And I think you mentioned the incident where Wahab Riaz was clapping in Shane Watson's face. Um, if that's right, could you talk about how you got to watch that game, like where you were, who put it on, and how much you knew about cricket going in?
Well, I didn't know anything about cricket except for I knew a little bit more about the cricket history more than
Mm.
anything else at the time. And that was because my dad um was a sports historian
Oh,
in college. So when he was getting his doctorate there, or when he was working towards his doctorate, that's when he was working in that field with a fellow named Dr. Eiler, who's kind of accredited to kind of founding the entire field of sports history.
hmm,
So
okay.
my dad wrote his thesis on Spalding, the namesake of the sports brand.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot his first name, but how Spalding took a group of North American baseball players to England to try to spread the game of baseball, which obviously would have helped his sporting goods sales.
I suppose.
But so he and in that trip, they played cricket and baseball
Right.
between the two teams. And so I knew about that much. And I knew that we actually had a decent, we actually had a history of cricket in North America because of that.
Yes.
But I didn't know about the sport so much, and I kind of had this impression of it that it was um kind of, something for I kind of ranked it at the same place in my mind as like polo with the
Yeah,
horses.
right. It's like su super
And
rich people and no one actually watches it.
right. It's like something that's I'm not even supposed to understand or that
Okay.
I'm not even supposed to pursue, right?
Hmm.
Like that's kind of how I thought about it. And so then obviously I started working in IT and in Baltimore at our headquarters. I work for Social Security Administration. And at our headquarters in Baltimore, uh, I was visiting because I had moved down here in 2010 or whatever to Durham, but I was visiting and I was talking to a lot of the coworkers I had up there who were Indian
Hmm.
contractors, H-1B contractors from originally from India, and they were talking amongst themselves about cricket, and
Hmm.
I got curious. The World Cup was happening,
Hmm.
and they were like, "Well, here, take a look at this clip," and they're the
Yeah,
ones that
right.
showed me it had just happened like a couple days before.
Mm.
And so I'd never, and I was amazed. And like you said, yes, the part where he's clapping in his face, the whole sequence to me was just masterful because you had they explained to me that a batter had just gotten out, so Watson's in the middle.
Mm.
He's not yet. They did a good job of explaining to me actually, which is rare. I got a good group. But they were telling me how he was, he was new in the game and he had to get used to being in the middle before he could be aggressive. And I was like,
Mm.
okay, I get that. And meanwhile, Wahab Riaz was on the top of his game. He was,
Yep.
he was on fire. And so I just loved the aggression and the fact that you could, the bowler runs in and he ends his run up so close to the batter and he's clapping in his
Mm.
face. And then finally Watson takes him on and he's dropped it fine leg, deep fine leg. And just even that aspect of it I thought was so appealing. Like they did this plan and you could see the plan worked and then
Mm.
they still failed to capture their chance. And it was just the courage from both, the courage from the batter, the intensity from the bowler, and just the competition level was something that really attracted me. I'm a big ice hockey fan, baseball, American football, and one of the things about ice hockey, I play ice hockey, and one of the things about it is when you get into the playoffs, you have some of the most intense competition. And I saw that there in that game between the batter and the bowler, and I was just hooked, and I just felt like I'm thinking about this in baseball terms too. I'm thinking about baseball players I'd love to see in these scenarios, or baseball players that this reminded me of.
Yeah.
Wahab Riaz reminded me of Nolan Ryan right there, with the intensity and the aggression and the intimidation. And Nolan Ryan was the fastest pitcher in baseball, who had these long legs and he could take such a long stride. And the ball, not only was he throwing the fastest at the time, but he was taking a longer stride than anyone else. So it was getting there even faster. And he was known for being aggressive and pitching the ball up at the batter's face to knock him back a little bit if they were crowding the strike zone too much. And so that's what it reminded me of. I had this language that I already knew, and I could find it's kind of like if you learn Latin and all of a sudden you hear Greek
Like
or something. Yeah, you can pick out some things. That's what it felt like.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's interesting that the aspect of the game that you were drawn to is the aggression, when, like, I guess so much of the marketing around cricket is, gentleman's game, spirit of cricket, blah blah blah. But yeah, we do have that a lot in the game, right? And I wanted to ask you about your point about you having a background in various American sports, particularly baseball, I guess, and how you mentioned that you had some sort of priming because of your baseball background. Like, did it help you also to learn things like the gameplay and kind of the culture of cricket?
It was great at the introduction because I knew about baseball. I could appreciate what was happening in that moment that I saw. I could appreciate it so much. But when it came to learning the rules, it was almost a hindrance because I saw some similarities immediately. Because I saw these similarities immediately, I tried to make it apples to apples on across the board, and it just isn't. It's very different. And I think once I kind of realized that, okay, forget about baseball, just think about this as a brand new thing. Once I did that, I understood it very fast, and I actually realized how very simple the game is.
Do you remember what the light bulb moment was for you? Like when it clicked?
I think it was well, I remember a few little light bulb moments. I asked a lot of questions because my first thing was, okay, let me see if I understand this. And what I did was I kind of tried to recreate it, like on a piece of paper, and I also tried to think, whoa, let me make up my own version, because they were like, oh, there's 3 versions of it, and I was like, there's 3 versions. So I was like, this is neat. And I'm like, well, let me make up. If there's 3, why not 4? So I was like, my whole thinking at the time was, let me make up a version that I can understand better. And then as I was doing that, I learned why things are the way that they are, because I think that was kind of an advantage. Most people aren't going to go, let me go ahead and make up my own version of this new sport. But I think that actually helped me understand it so much more, because as I was trying to make this new version of cricket, I started to learn why things were in place. And because they were solutions to problems I was coming up with. And it's good rules are just solutions to a problem, and they don't cause a million other problems. So that's why I like test cricket so much. There's so few of these little what could we call it? Like it's in these little interventions. The rules are basically just little interventions, right? And they can like really cascade if you do bad rules. And there are so few of situations like that. There's just a couple of times in test cricket where I'm like, the rule could be switched around a little. But understanding test was kind of the moment. Once I watched the test match, that was really the moment. The first tests that I watched.
Do you remember the game? Do you remember who was playing?
It was England, and I think it was the first test I watched, I know England was one of the teams.
Yep.
The first
Yeah, no,
series I
yeah, yeah,
paid,
yep.
yeah, the first series I really paid attention to was England versus Pakistan, where they were doing
Okay.
the military, the
I
push-ups.
think yeah, right. The Miss
Yeah.
Mohawk team.
So
Yeah,
that was
right.
the first series I watched.
Mm.
You know, I followed every test. But the first one I watched, I think it might have been New Zealand versus England, and I think it was New Zealand. But I remember I remember just it clicking. I just
Mm.
remember getting it. And I remember being like, this is so simple, but so great. I mean, I
Mm.
remember one of my first thing, I loved the fact that it could end in a draw.
Yeah. That's
A lot
that's
of
not
people
common among people from your part of the world.
right, but the draw can be that's what makes it exciting sometimes.
Yep. Yeah,
Because
yeah,
you have
definitely.
to yeah, because otherwise who wants to watch a test match where everyone's always winning by 300
Yeah,
runs?
exactly.
But you can basically lose by 300 runs sort
Yeah.
of and draw the game out.
Hmm.
And also that term draw the game out, I'm like
Yeah.
that makes sense now. Draw the
Yep.
game out,
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. Yeah, yeah, right.
Yeah. So,
Um,
I thought that I think that it's always exciting when you hit like a tenth wicket partnership and there's
mm,
six overs left in the day.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like
on day 5 and yeah.
yeah, like I'm thinking of the game in January this year um where Australia was trying to chase down the West Indies turtle and Shamar Joseph was flying and Steve Smith was there and he was trying to give just the right amount of strike to Josh Hazlewood, but ultimately West Indies won. And like
Yeah,
yeah, that I mean that wasn't going to end in a draw, but like yeah.
right.
Uh, Um
Same thing. Yeah.
yeah. How did you go from that early level of fandom to actually getting involved with American cricket and then to formally covering the game as a commentator, a journalist, podcaster, all the things you do?
Well, it was a fun hobby to get into. I think what I wanted to do first of all when I saw it was I wanted to play.
Hmm.
And then so immediately I Googled Raleigh cricket
Hmm.
and I found a team called the Raleigh Royals.
Hmm.
And so I found it on Craigslist.
Wow.
I emailed them. They wrote me back and they were like, okay, meet us at the ground. Snehal will meet you at the ground. So I get there and I meet the guys. And what's funny is that was Aman Patel's dad.
Wow. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell
Yes.
your beginnings co-host.
Yes, exactly. That was his dad. And at the time, Aman was 12 years old and I remember it. He had a New England Patriots hat on. And it was either the first or second practice that I did. But
Mm.
I remember talking to him and I was like, "Oh, cool, he's wearing a Patriots hat." I was a Giants fan.
Yep.
So, it's not that I didn't like the Patriots, but we beat them twice in the Super Bowl. So, I was like, "Oh yeah, we got you 2 times in the Super Bowl," and so we talked about that and he had a football, so we threw a football around half the
Mm.
practice. And I thought he was a great kid. And his dad's like got some of the best hands I've ever seen. Uh,
Mm.
this guy, his hands are like glue. He's like, but I remember noticing that right away playing
Mm.
with him. I was like, man, he can catch anything. He's incredible.
Yep.
And so yeah, I learned the game. I practiced with that team for probably a year before I even
Hmm.
got in a game. And it wasn't steady practice because my daughter was born that year too, so I had to
Right.
take some time off. Um, but yeah, when I finally got into a game, the very first game I got into, and I decided I was going to be a bowler. I was going to be an off-break bowler
Oh,
because
okay, right.
yeah. So I tried to find something that I could translate, and I played quarterback in high school with
Mm.
in American
Yeah.
football, and
So like the wrist action, I guess.
well,
Oh, no,
it's
the
how the
fingers.
it's the ball leaving your finger.
Mm.
Now, so in football, it leaves it kind of on this side of your finger, but
Right.
the ball flicking off your finger, that feel, I liked. I was like, I can almost reproduce that with the off spin, and so it's a little bit like that. And so I thought, okay, I like this, uh, and I loved spinning a football, getting the
Mm.
spiral, and so I liked spinning the cricket ball, and also the biggest thing was I tried to be smart. I'm like, okay, at the time I was 34. said, I'm getting into a new sport. I want to be a contributor on my team. How can I get the most practice in the shortest amount of time?
Mm.
And everyone thought I would be a fast bowler because, you know, I'm about 6'2". So everybody thinks I would be a fast bowler. And I was like, it takes so much time to run up, get the
Yeah.
ball, go back and run up. I'm like, I could bowl like 5 deliveries in that same amount of time, you
Mhm.
know? And also I only had about 75 feet on the side of my house.
Right.
Um, so I bought a little net and strung it up between some trees
Mm.
and like tried to make the ground as firm as I could in that one area where I was bowling to,
Mm.
and then set up a target and I just practiced. And really what mattered to me was the accuracy.
Mhm.
So I was like, got to get accurate first or you're not
Yep.
going to get in the game. And I
Yep.
got to do a legal delivery or I'm not going to get in the game, you know?
Mm.
So I was like, I can get the most repetitions that way. And
Mm.
it's something I could do by myself. I couldn't do batting by myself.
Yeah.
You know, hitting those little tees it wasn't any fun. And so I just wanted to, and so I got in that way and I learned a lot that way. And then finally I get in the game and I got a double wicket maiden over in my first ever over bowling.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
It was pretty nice. I think they were, was one of them might have been a stumping and one of them was a LBW,
Proper
or
wickets.
maybe
It wasn't
they
like
were
caught in the
wicked.
deep.
Yeah, exactly. But I'll tell you what, I think that LBW might have been going down like a little bit, but but it's funny because what I did was I tried to focus on putting on flight, you
Mhm.
know, and I was so nervous the first game that I played. I was nervous that I would like do something wrong
Mhm. Of
because practicing in your side yard is different. Practicing in the nets is different, you
course.
know? And now I'm in the middle where there's no nets around. It's
Mm.
wide open. It feels very different. And I'm, you know, a grown man, but at the same time, I'm like, this is different. And so I was bowling about as slow as you could possibly bowl, right? Like
Yep.
I was was is it Pavel
Papa
Florin? Is
Florin,
that
correct.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was doing like him. I was grenading it.
Yep.
And but I was putting it right there. And that was great. I was like, okay, I was nervous. So it was going real slow and lots and lots of loop
Mm.
and but it was accurate. That's what mattered to me. And yeah, I got 2 wickets and then it's funny because 2 years later a guy joined my team
Mm.
and I was talking to him and I was like, he looked familiar, right?
Mm.
And because our league is huge, we have 2,400 unique players
Wow.
in our league. Yeah, it's
Wow, that's
massive.
huge.
Yeah. So this guy joins my team and we're talking and he's like, and he sees, and we're in the nets.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, you got me out LBW at
Ah.
such and such ground. He's like, it was the slowest ball I've ever seen in my life. And I was like, oh, that was me.
Yep.
Because when he said I got him out,
Yep.
I was like, because I was thinking, you know, he might be mistaking me for someone else. And then he
Mm.
was like, it was the slowest ball I've ever seen. And then I was like, yeah, that was that day. But you know, yeah, so I got into it that way, learned so much by playing. Um, you know, it's you have to play a lot of cricket to be good at it.
Mm.
It's a very high skill sport. And some things translate real well, but I had played baseball my whole life. I played it in college, and so I liked some of the similarities. I was translated really well as a fielder. I was very good in the field.
Mm.
Had no problems in the field. It took me a couple weeks to learn how to catch the ball, but
Yep.
it was, you know, to learn. And then once I realized, I was like, this is just like catching an American football, but it's small, you
Mm-hmm.
know. So it's the same techniques.
Yep.
And so that translated real well. And then and I loved fielding because if you really like fielding in cricket and your team knows you're a good fielder, they're going to put you in the most active spots.
Yep.
And then you're in the game, you know,
Yep.
you're always in the game. And so I liked that. I liked how that was a way to force yourself in the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was through fielding. You know, bowling, you're going to bowl when your captain
When you're
tells
told
you.
to, yeah.
Yeah, batting, you might not bat all day because someone might score a century and you're the number 6 batter or something,
Mm.
you know, or the 7 or whatever. But then I just got into batting more. The more I played, the more I got into batting and kind of stuck with that.
And Yes, so how did you get from
Oh,
learning the game
from
through playing to the roles that
sure.
you're in now?
Right, spin tires there. No, but then I was like, I wanted to learn about cricket in the USA. So even before I
Hmm.
joined the team, I Googled the USA cricket team.
Hmm.
I was like, somebody said you should when I was telling them, hey, I'm going to play. A buddy of mine, he was like, oh, you should try to play for the USA. I'm like, oh, first of all, I was like, we got a team, and he's like, yeah, and I'm like, if we have a team, then I'm never going to be good enough to do that. I knew that right away, right? And I think he was just joking with me, anyways. But I was
Right.
like, yeah, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about making the 11 on my own club. And so I googled team, USA Cricket, and the first person I read about was Stephen Taylor.
Yep.
And so I was like, oh, cool. This guy was born in Florida, and I read about these things because of Peter Della Penna.
Hmm.
So Peter Della Penna was my introduction to all this, just reading the articles that he had written. And then of course I see how messy the American cricket
Yep.
politics were through that way also. And I was like, this is really ridiculous. And yeah, but another thing that hooked me in was Church Street Park here
Right. In North
in
Carolina.
North. Yes, when you see that, if you're curious about cricket and you see that, then you're gonna get hooked.
Hmm.
It's a beautiful, beautiful venue. Um, it's a public park. I mean, I work in the public sector, so it meets my value system. Like
Mm.
the fact that the community did something for the demographic here.
Mm.
They knew that there's 20% of the town of Morrisville is South Asian. So, hey, let's build them a cricket ground, a nice, and they built an
Also,
amazing
so
cricket
so
ground.
this idea came from like local government.
Yeah, local government.
That's
Yep. Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah, it was local government. And they were originally going to build a bunch of softball fields.
Hmm.
But what they in baseball fields, but what they realized was the neighbor to Morrisville is Cary, North
Hmm.
Carolina. Cary, North Carolina is very populated, and the it is the headquarters for USA Baseball.
Right.
So there's great facilities in Cary already for baseball and
Mm.
softball. Loads of them, beautiful facilities. And so I think talking to some of the people, talking to the mayor at the time, who's a friend of mine, Mark Stolman,
Mm.
he was the mayor then, and he said that they realized that they weren't going to compete with Cary.
Mm.
They weren't going to be known as a baseball town like Cary was.
Right.
And they had a large population of South Asians, and they needed cricket grounds, and they
Hmm.
thought, well, hey, maybe we can get ourselves on the map with a nice cricket facility,
Mm.
and they sure did. There's a T10 team now that bears
Mm.
its name. Morrisville Stamp Army.
That's
So
an extraordinary amount of forward thinking.
yeah, no, it was terrific, and plus, really the big thing for me that I liked was the demographic of the area.
Mm.
It was a very democratic idea. It was
Mm.
very serve the people, and it's a park, so there's things for kids to do.
Mm.
There's a walking trail. There's shelters you can rent for your birthdays and
Right.
uh tennis courts, and it's a beautiful park.
Mm.
It's just part of the park, and also when
Just a
it's not
gathering
in use.
place.
Exactly. And the people have parties there. They have in the outfield, of course, they rope off the
Mm.
square, but they'll have volleyball set up in the outfield,
Mm.
and all kinds of stuff happens. Kids learning soccer with the city program, and
Mm.
in the outfield. And so it's a great park, and I love that about it. And I like public initiatives that serve the public and add to people's quality of
Mm.
life. And
And not long after this, the minor league comes up. Um,
yeah, so that was later. What happened was, oh yeah, so 2018 we hosted the America's qualifier.
okay, yeah,
Um,
right. An
yeah,
ICC
that was
pathway event.
exactly, and we had Dave Agnew came, put our square in. We had Zubin Sakari, who was working for the ICC at the time. We had a lot of great people coming through,
Mm.
and they were recognized in the area. And then we had these games against Canada. The Canada games were extraordinary. They did those
Mm.
games under the lights. we had 2,000 people coming out to watch these games.
Wow, that's
And
huge.
yeah, because the park was great. Everyone
Mm,
loves that park, and they had just put the lights in. They
mm,
had literally just put those lights in, so nobody had really played under the lights there yet.
mm.
And we had just put this square in. It was beautiful. Dave Agnew got to know the whole community real well. And as soon as the lights went up, everyone just got curious, I think, and they came
Mm.
out, and we just had 2,000 people out there, and they were the two best. They remain the two best games of cricket I've ever seen in T20. And the first one, Canada hit a six on the last ball to send it to a super over, which they won.
Ooh.
And then the second game, Stephen Taylor chased 22 in the last over to win.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, right.
Yeah, in front of that crowd. And we were all volunteers, obviously.
Mm,
We leading up to that, this is a
mm.
crazy thing. Leading up to that, we had a hurricane.
Oh no.
So literally days before this, we had a hurricane come through. And so, we put the tarp out. There was every heavy thing you can imagine pinning this tarp
Mm.
down, to make sure it didn't blow away. And so we had like 2 days to prep after the hurricane. And
Wow.
the outfield at Church Street Park does not drain terribly well.
Mm.
So we had those wheeling super soppers, right?
Yep.
The ones that you push, the manual ones.
Mm-hmm.
And we're out there for 2 days, like around the clock. We had people out there sopping up the field,
Mm.
and air, blowing air on the field. And it went from standing water on the field to a beautiful week of cricket with not a single over missed due to any weather.
That's
And
incredible.
it was a miracle. It was everybody, and that was 2018. So Aman was young then too.
Mhm.
He was there.
Still is.
We had we had youngsters. Abraham Bolasetti was there. Rohan Fadke was there. These are guys that went on to play for USA U19.
Mm.
Before them, they had Smith Joshi was there. So we had or Smith Doshi was there, and these are people that saw these things, and
Mm.
it inspired them to pursue cricket in
Yep.
really enthusiastic way. Utkarsh Shrivastava from the USA team right now, he's from
Mm.
Morrisville. So it really ramped cricket up a lot.
Mm.
So that got me really excited about the national. Ali Khan had just played in the CPL,
Yeah,
and then he
right.
comes there. Everyone couldn't wait to see Ali Khan.
Mhm.
Saurabh was on the team, but he wasn't the big name that he is now.
Mm.
And but at the same time, for a couple of years, once USA was sanctioned once they were recognized as a governing body,
Mhm.
because this happened in that interim, but in 2019 they were recognized as a governing body. USA would still meet at Church Street Park before they would head out. So they would all fly to North Carolina.
Ah, right.
We would give them a little party, and then they would head out for a tour. And they did this a couple of times, and it
Mm.
was great. It made everyone feel like it was the headquarters, And we celebrated Saurabh's birthday once when they were coming through.
Mm.
Celebrated Jaskar and Maholcha's. Anytime anyone had a birthday,
Mm.
that was leading up to a tournament or sorry, a tri-series, or we would have a little party, and it was
Mm.
the community got to know the players. Nosh Kenjige had just joined the
Mm.
squad, and it was really a special time, and that'll hook you. And I love sports, but I love when the community comes around something,
Mm.
and so often here we're so many decades beyond that now. Everything's so heavily corporatized with the American professional sports, and that yes, they our professional sports are tremendous,
Mm.
but that the way things used to be in those sports, 50 years ago,
Mm.
would be the players lived in the community, and they were a part of the community, and they would have a sub shop, a sandwich shop down the street, things like that. And
Mm.
that doesn't happen now. But like it had that small town feel of a town that punches above its weight,
Mm.
where like people care about this team, they care about USA. So it was unusual here. and I loved it. I was like, man, this is so special. You know, it was such a special thing. And so then COVID hits.
Mm-hmm.
So getting around to the answer.
Yeah.
Then COVID hits, and I'm bored. I can't play hockey. I can't play cricket. I'm working, and then I'm worrying. You know, that's what I'm doing all day. And so I had this idea. Um, Peter Della Penna had this tweet that I always liked, that we always debated, like, why don't the USA team, why don't they have a series where they can pick their team, they can play several games with the best, get all the best players together, play several games, and then choose the team off of that. It seemed like, so Peter had kind of spelled it out on a tweet once. He wanted to have a red, white, and blue series and 3 teams. And so I used Cricket 19, the video game, and and I created 3 teams of domestic players. I did lots of research to figure this out. I talked to players I knew around the country, you know, some of the USA players, and I tried to get an idea of who the best domestics were. And then I made these 3 squads on Cricket 19, and I played the games, I recorded them, and then I made highlight reels of each game.
Yep, these simulated video game
These
games.
they were simulated. Yeah, they were simulated games. And the hardest thing about all this, first of all, making, you know, 40 players or so from scratch, that sucked. That took a long time. And then trying to make them look like, you know, look like themselves.
The actual people,
Yeah, and it was funny because I was texting with Hayden Walsh Jr. while I was doing this a couple of times. I was like, "Hey, Hayden, what do you think about this?" And I'm like, "Hey, look, check out this you know, what do you think about my Elmore?" And I would send him a picture of the guy, and he was like, "Oh, he's like, you're gonna make a match," and you know, things like that. So, but yeah, you know, that was hard enough. Getting their stats right was hard. Getting their ratings right was hard enough, because I had to learn about what each of them did well. You know, so I'm like asking people, "Hey, how's this guy's?"
So you became very
swing
familiar
shot?
with
Yeah,
like the depth chart.
yeah, exactly. Or at least that started me towards being very familiar with it. You know, that was a great starting point. And so yeah, I got real familiar with that. I made it, and then I called. Aman had just started doing a podcast, a sports podcast, and he was doing it every day, and I was listening to it. So I messaged him, said, "Hey, do you want to do? Will you do the voiceover for my Will you do the commentary voiceover for my highlight reels?" And he's like, "Sure." And so I wrote out the script. You know, I wrote out what each play is, and then he would record it and send it to me, and I put it in. Those videos are still up online. But yeah, and so I put it all together, and I would put these videos out there, and it was really neat because a lot of the cricketers, I started to advertise them on.
Welcome back, everyone. We should be about to resume with the post-lunch session. Yeah, so Australia's session, without a doubt, the first session. They put on 112 for 1. India's bowlers were clearly rattled by Sam Costas, who made a 60 on debut before he was out LBW to Ravindra Jadeja. There was some controversy when Costas and Virat Kohli bumped shoulders during the first session. We will no doubt see replays of that for the rest of the test, unless something even more dramatic happens. Anyway, looks like the players are back out in the middle, and the Indians will need some breakthroughs early in this session. As I predicted, we are currently seeing replays of Virat Kohli and Sam Costas bumping shoulders. I cannot believe it. We are back. I lost my internet for over an hour. This is so fucking frustrating. I will tweet out that we are once again live. Give me just a second. All right. So, what did we miss? Apparently, not much, because the Indians have not been able to take any wickets. Manus Labuschagne and Usman Khawaja are still the not-out batsmen out in the middle for Australia. Well, let me have a look. All right. So, let's have a look. I'm very sorry for any inconveniences. I was inconvenienced as well because my internet crapped out for an hour. So, I should be live. At least that's what OBS Studio tells me. So, Jadeja completes his 7th over. 44 overs have been bowled all in all. Australia 154 for 1. Let's have a look at social media. The light roller saying, flying solo, what did you think about the Kohli barger? I'm impressed. Yeah, Kohli and Constance, they went into it absolutely. Kohli might actually get in trouble for that one, at least in the form of some demerit points. Reminds me a bit of the incidents with Kariso Rabada and his shoulder barging. So we are back with Jasprit Bumrah, and it looks like Jasprit Bumrah has just taken a wicket with the first delivery of his I don't know what over it is. Usman Khawaja gets a toe end off the bat, and it is taken at mid-on by KL Rahul in a very, very fine kind of reflex catch, caught in the infield. Usman Khawaja, who made a 50 half century, has to go for 57 of 121. He's out caught Rahul, bowled Bumrah. Australia 154 for 2. In the first delivery of Jasprit Bumrah's 12th over, and that brings out Steve Smith for Australia. So, a much needed wicket for the Indians. Only time will tell if this was too little, too late. Let's hope not. Because of course this match will be much more entertaining if the Indians stay in it for a bit longer. 154 for 2 is definitely a good score for the Australians. And they obviously still have Travis Head and Alex Carey in the hutch. Two batsmen that have made runs in the series. As Steve Smith is shadow batting on the wrong side of the wicket. Very fine that from Steve Smith. As he now takes guard on the correct side of the wicket. And Jasprit Bumrah bowls his first delivery to Steve Smith. And that one is played out to point, and there is no run. Once again, I'm very sorry for the technical problems I have encountered. I really lost my internet connection for over an hour. I don't know why this keeps happening and why Vodafone thinks that this is acceptable. Because I mean, they sell you voice over IP telephone connection, and it is not acceptable that your telephone is basically switched off for an hour once a week, even though it is in the early hours of the morning. I think this is absolutely unacceptable because the last test I had problems with this as well. So, I think it was the last test. It was not the day-night test, it was the last test. Yeah. Anyway, Bumrah can keep Steve Smith quiet for now. 3 dot balls. As we are seeing a replay of Usman Khawaja getting the toe end of the bat to the ball and meekly chipping it to KL Rahul. There are 2 slips, a gully, and a leg slip in place for Steve Smith. And he gets an outside edge to the 5th delivery that is stopped by Virat Kohli. But it is only taken on the half volley by Kohli. So no danger for Smith there in the sense that the edge does not fly that fast towards the slips and it doesn't bounce that high. Smith is in is very much in Steve Smith form. His trigger movements have trigger movements. He's twitching around. He's looking very angular. Definitely not the most aesthetically pleasing batsman to play the game in the modern era. I think it's fair to say. So let's have a look if anyone rejoined us for this second session of the day after my problems with the internet. As Ravindra Jadeja continues, he has a a point, a silly point, and a slip in place for the right-handed Manos Labuschagne as he bowls left arm around the wicket to the right-hander. There is also a third man as Labuschagne defends the next delivery into the leg side. It is fielded by Mohammad Siraj at mid-on, and there is no run. So the Australians remain on 154 for 2, as the Indians couldn't take any wickets in the first half of the second session. Then Jasprit Bumrah made the breakthrough, got the toe end of Usman Khawaja's bat, who holed out to KL Rahul, who was somewhere between mid-off and cover. Now there is some action going on with the side screen. Some ground staff are hiding behind the side screen after looking around a bit puzzled what is going on. Labuschagne gets off strike with a single of Jadeja into the offside. 155 for 2 Australia after 45.4 overs. Well, I'm thankful that the stream is still up. Because I'm sorry. Oh, excuse me. Because it would be very understandable if YouTube had an auto disconnection after a very long time, and 1 hour of internet blackout is quite a long time. Excuse me, I guess I have to blow my nose a bit. Hopefully that helps. Okay. Jasprit Bumrah is back for his 13th over. 43 for 1. 1 for 43, his figures. Australia remain on 155 for 2. Manos Labuschagne is on strike. First delivery is a dot ball. And there are 2 slips, a gully, and a point in place for Jasprit Bumrah. There is also mid-on and mid-off, as Labuschagne defends the next delivery by Bumrah, right arm over the wicket, back towards the bowler, and there is no run. So, both wickets to fall for the Australians. Both batsmen that fell in the innings thus far have made 50s. The first one to fall was debutant Sam Constance, who made a 60. And now Usman Khawaja is out for an almost identical score, or very close score, 57 of 121 deliveries. He took a great deal longer to make those runs than Sam Constance did, who made this 60 at around a run a ball. Khawaja strike rate of below 50. So he was playing the anchor role. He's playing in a very good, very stable innings here. Classical test match innings. And Labuschagne, who is still in on 34 of 88. This is probably the innings the Australians would have wanted him to play in the first test after he was dropped from on Nord. He faced 52 deliveries in that innings for a mere 2 runs as the Australians folded. This kind of innings is probably what they would have wanted from him then. He has made 34 runs already though, so according to Australians, he's out of contention for a Cowan ton because that would require him to face 100 deliveries for less than 30 runs. Which is now obviously out of the question. In comes Jasprit Bumrah for the final delivery of his 13th over, and there is another dot ball which is stopped by Gully as Marnus Labuschagne gets an outside edge to that one, and Jasprit Bumrah completes his 13th over for another maiden. Let's have a look. Bumrah has now bowled 7 maidens in the match. His economy, which was over 5 after the first session, has come down considerably. It is now at 3.3. So, at least even though the Indians couldn't take any wickets in the first hour of the session, they at least kept the Australian bats a bit quieter, kept the runs down. In comes Jadeja, who bowls his 9th over. He bowls to Smith, who plays him towards cover, and there are, I think, a couple of runs in that. Yes, Smith off the mark now. He's on 2 of 8. Let's have a look at the field. There is a slip in place for Steve Smith, and there is a silly point. And Smith defends the next delivery that Jadeja bowls left arm around the wicket back towards silly point, who is a bit. He's about 2 meters in front of the crease. Next one is defended by Smith back towards Jadeja, and there is again no run. In comes Jadeja again. He is continuing left arm around the wicket, and again Smith defends one outside the off stump back towards Jadeja, who fields it and comes in again. Jadeja rattling through his over as Smith clips one off his legs. It is fielded though by backward square leg, and the Australians decide against stealing a possible, if rather risky, single here. In comes Jadeja again, and this one is played in the direction of backward point, and there's a fielder from Gully running around stopping that, and the Australians stay put. So Australia 157 for 2 after 48 overs have been bowled in their first innings. A reminder, they won the toss, they decided to bat first. They lost only a single wicket in the first session, and so far in the second, it's basically the same story. One wicket for the Indian bowlers. In the first session, it was Ravindra Jadeja who had Sam Constance, the debutant, out LBW for 60. And in the second session, Jasprit Bumrah made the late breakthrough. He had Usman Khawaja out, caught at cover by KL Rahul for 57. Australia 157 for 2. Labuschagne 34 of 90 as he clips one off his legs, and it is fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Steve Smith is out in the middle with Marnus Labuschagne. He's on 2 of 13 as Jasprit Bumrah continues with his 14th over. Thus far, it has definitely been Australia's day. The first session was definitely Australia's session. Over 100 runs scored, only a single wicket to fall. And they have been looking solid so far in the second session, apart from that very, very, well, unnecessary shot from Usman Khawaja. Absolutely no timing, got the toe end of the bat to that, and it was an easy catch for KL Rahul at cover. The Indian fans that looked a lot more sour during the first session have started to get into the match a bit more, judging by the crowd shots. Next delivery as Bumrah comes in right arm over the wicket, and Labuschagne tentatively prods in the general direction of the ball, but he misses the outside edge. There is a brief question from Captain Rohit Sharma if that might have taken the outside edge, but Jasprit Bumrah tells him, no, I didn't hear anything. In comes Bumrah again, clipped off his hip by Manos and fielded at mid-wicket. There is again no run. So 4 dot balls to begin Jasprit Bumrah's fourth over. There is a good crowd in at the MCG for the first day of the Boxing Day test. A lot of Indian fans are in. There are a lot of Indian flags out there in the stands as Bumrah comes in. And this one is, yeah, it's a very low full toss that Manos Labuschagne squeezes out towards the third man area. And I think the Australians have taken a single. No, they have run a couple. As the Indian fielder at Gully jumped up into the air, almost got a hand to that one. So Australia take a couple, 159 for 2 now. Bumrah in again, right arm over the wicket, clipped off his legs by Labuschagne, and it is fielded at deep backward square leg. And the Australians have taken another couple of runs, so they end the 49th inning on 161 for 2. And Steve Smith is wandering around. Is this the drinks break? Let's have a look. I don't know. It's 3 p.m. currently. Nope, tea is just 10 minutes away now. So, no drinks break. Okay, here we go. Ravi Jadeja continues. There is a slip. There is a silly point. First one is a dot ball. Played out into the offside. Next one is a pull, and the direction of the host broadcaster loses the ball there. But it is indeed a 4 into the onside. Very, very powerful pull. And Smith gets it by Mohammad Siraj, and Ravindra Jadeja seems to be a bit cross with Mohammad Siraj, who has not had the best day in the field thus far, as Smith defends one back towards mid-off and there is no run. Australia 165 for 2 after 49.4 overs. Another defense, and this one almost goes straight into the hands of Silly Point. But Jaiswal, who is fielding at Silly Point, can't get hands to it. It is still a dot ball though, as is the next delivery. So let's have a look if anyone is with us on YouTube or on social media. Reminder, you can use Blue Sky to get in touch with the stream, or you can use the YouTube chat. Both options are equally valid. I will monitor the Blue Sky feed and I will have a look at the chat to read out your messages between overs or if there is any delay in play. The partnership is currently 11 of 35 and Jasprit Bumrah continues for his 15th over as he has Labuschagne squeeze one out to gully off the outside edge and there is no run. Labuschagne on 38 of 97 deliveries. Ravindra Jadeja is polishing the ball, throwing it back to presumably Bumrah now. 50.1 overs bowled. We are about 7 minutes away from tea. In comes Bumrah, 2 slips and a gully for him to Manus Labuschagne. Right arm over the wicket, defended with a straight bat back towards Jasprit Bumrah by Manus Labuschagne, and there is no run. Australia remain on 165 for 2 after 50.2 overs. Let's see. Bumrah is back at his mark and now he starts his very peculiar run up. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, and again Labuschagne defends this one back into the pitch and there is no run. Bumrah has played 3 tests at the MCG. He has taken 16 wickets at an average of 14.93. Very, very good average for Jasprit Bumrah at the G. And after he was tonked around a bit, mostly by Sam Constance in the first session of the day, and his economy ballooned to over 5 during the first session. He's pulled it back. Now it's around 3.3 as Labuschagne pulls one and it is given as a no ball because Jasprit Bumrah has overstepped again. So 2 no balls on the scorecard now. Australia 167 for 2. In comes Bumrah again, has to re-bowl the 4th delivery as Steve Smith plays one out towards fine leg and there is a single. Smith on 7 of 20 now, Labuschagne on strike. He has faced 100 deliveries in this innings, but it's not a cow and ton because he has made 39 runs of those 100 deliveries, and according to Australians, it's only a cow and ton if you have a strike rate below 30 for those first 100 deliveries. Another low full toss from Bumrah that Labuschagne jams his bat on, and there is no run. All right. Final delivery of Jasprit Bumrah's 15th over comes up as that last single brought up Bumrah's half-century, one you do not want. He has figures of 1 for 50, as Manos Labuschagne leaves the final delivery of Bumrah's 15th over alone. And there is no run, so Australia remain on 168 for 2. 3 more minutes before the tea interval. As we are currently seeing, I think that's a replay. Manos Labuschagne is talking to Rohit Sharma about something. Is he concerned about Jasprit Bumrah running on the pitch? That's the only thing that comes to mind now, as Jadeja continues for his 11th over, and Steve Smith is able to take a single off the first delivery. Next one is played out towards mid-wicket off an inside edge by Manos Labuschagne, and there is another single, 170 up for Australia, 2 singles in the over thus far. Smith is back on strike. There is a slip, there is a silly point, and Smith plays it out towards mid-wicket as well. A quick single ensues, and the Australians move to 171 for 2. Labuschagne on 40 of 103, Smith on 9 of 22. Next one, defended by Labuschagne. It dribbles past silly point to Yashasvi Jaiswal's left, as Jaiswal is fielding at silly point. Next one is guided towards the gully by Manos Labuschagne, and again there is no run, so final delivery of Jadeja's 11th over is played back towards the bowler, who feels it sprawling on the ground, and there is no run. So 5-10, but it looks like we are getting another over in before tea. Yes, looks like it. Looks like we get another over. And it looks like the Indians are continuing with spin for the first time in this innings. It will be Washington Sundar who is thrown the ball. Yes, Washington Sundar, 25 years of age, 8 matches, 24 wickets at an average of 23.92. His best figures of 7 for 59. He has one 5-wicket haul. In he comes. There is a slip, there is a leg slip, there is a short leg in place for Steve Smith. And there is no run of the first delivery of his over. In he comes again, right arm around the wicket to the right-hander Steve Smith, who plays that out to Yashasvi Jaiswal at short leg, and there is no run. So another dot ball for Washington Sundar. 2 dot balls to begin his bowling efforts in the Australian first innings. 171 for 2 Australia. Next one is played out to mid-wicket, and this time the Australians take the single. 172 for 2. 52.3 overs have been bowled. So the Indians are a bit behind on the over rate as we are approaching tea, because this will be the final over before tea. In comes Washington again, and he sneaks one past Manos Labuschagne's outside edge. It is taken quickly by Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, who moves the gloves towards the bails, takes the bails off, but Manos Labuschagne never lifted his back foot, which is planted behind the crease, and there is not really any appeal for a stumping as well, so everyone well aware that Labuschagne didn't move his feet, but there is no run. In comes Sundar again, slip and leg slip and short leg in place, and this one is driven by Manos Labuschagne as he dances down the pitch very, very straight, and he finds the long off boundary, and there is a boundary for Labuschagne. So 4 runs for Australia, 176 for 2. Final delivery before tea. Washington Sundar to Manos Labuschagne, and he comes right arm around the wicket, and this is driven to cover by Manos Labuschagne, where it is though fielded, and that is tea on day 1. So Australia go to tea on 176 for 2, Labuschagne on 44, Smith on 10. The only wicket to fall in this second session was Usman Khawaja, who got a toe end of the bat of Jasprit Bumrah and was caught by KL Rahul. Better session from the Indian bowlers, this one. They didn't take many wickets, they took 1. But at least they kept the runs down a bit more than they did in the first session, when Sam Constance was running amok. Jasprit Bumrah, whose economy had ballooned to over 5 in the first innings, could pull it back a bit in the second session. His economy recovered to around 3.3. So that is tea, and I will continue the podcast from Adit after looking at social media for the last time before the tea break. Again, sorry, my internet disappeared for over an hour in that second session there. I'm very, very sorry, but it looks like we are up to date on social media. And I will leave you with Adit's Cricket Sickos podcast, and I will see you all a bit later.
Instagram, and a lot of the cricketers around the country were watching those little highlight reels, and they were messaging me. They're like, "Hey, this is really cool. This is really fun that you did this," and that was really neat. That they were actually reaching out and they thought that everyone liked it. So it was, I mean, like, I made a YouTube account. I posted them, and then when you do something like that and you get like 200 views like right away, which isn't a lot, but it means it's
more than I get.
Well, it means it's getting around to the people in the space. You know what I mean? And it's like, wow, that was my first one, and the people are watching it, and that it was neat. But yeah, then this is really neat. Then Emerging Cricket, who I was a Patreon of. I was a patron of, I guess, whatever. And every week I would listen to their podcast. And I loved the podcast so much, especially when they had guests who were like the CEO or something
Mm-hmm.
of Germany or whatever, the CEO of Italy,
Mm-hmm.
any of those little insights into how cricket can grow in a country
Mm-hmm.
and how what people's plans are and how the individual challenges they had. And I love that podcast. And so, yeah, Tim Cutler reaches out to me and he's like, "Hey, we saw your videos and they're really cool." He said, "Would you like to like team up with us?" And I was like, I mean, I took it really seriously because, like I said, I was already a fan of the podcast
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't know what capacity they wanted. So I thought, okay, well, I'll just join them and I'll edit some videos or something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't, one of the reasons I got him on to do the voiceovers because I didn't want to hear myself.
Yeah, right.
And so, and I also was nervous. I didn't,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I don't like doing this,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Uh, but anyways, yeah, so I started with emerging. I was like, I got to think about it because I was like, whatever I do with you guys, it's like I'm friends with some of the players in USA, and I want to make sure that, whatever I contribute, I do it from an impartial place,
Mm-hmm.
as much as I can, and and then I talked to Peter about it, and he was like, yeah, he's like, that'll be great. You should do that. He said it'll
Mm-hmm.
be, because I didn't want to make Peter feel like I was trying to step on his toes either.
Mm.
I was probably way taking it a little bit too
Yeah,
serious at the
yeah,
time.
and if anything, my vibe from Peter's outlook is that he wants to be much less important because at the moment he's the only person like seriously covering USA
Yeah.
cricket on a day-to-day beat, and it would be great if there were
Oh,
like 5, 10, 20 more people like that, so that he
that's right.
becomes less important.
Well, that's true, and also it means that that it's healthy.
Mm-hmm.
It means that cricket in the USA is growing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what if you have 10 Peters out there, that means that there's demand for that in a way, and that's a great sign. And so his point of view, very similar to emerging cricket, is like rising tide,
Mm-hmm.
like floats everybody. And um, so yeah, he was really encouraging about it, and so yeah, I had no idea what I would do at first. I thought I'd make graphics.
Mm-hmm.
I did a lot of that, and but then then this was cool. What my first article was about Willem Luddick coming to the USA for Major League because there were
Mm-hmm.
all these rumors about Major League Cricket
Mm-hmm.
and that they were going to bring players in from abroad, and but nobody knew any names yet.
Mm.
And so this kid who played U19 uh for Nigeria.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He messages me and and I on Instagram I get this message and I click on it. It's a video of Willem Luddick talking to his agent about how he's going to the USA, and they got all these details about how they're doing it and everything. And I'm
Yeah.
like, this is nobody's heard any of this yet, right?
Mm.
So I wrote an article
Mm-hmm.
about that. And at the time I had like one opinion about it, but I tried to make it real uh editorial free. I tried to
Mm.
make it just facts.
Yep.
But I did have an opinion about it. I didn't like it at first because
Okay.
I thought, well, why are they bringing these guys in from abroad? They're just going to take everyone's chances, right? So what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
But then as I evolved my opinion because I realized we didn't have enough high level cricketers here
Mm.
to develop more high level cricketers here.
Yep.
And so I really bought in, especially when I talked to the young players in minor league cricket,
Mm.
and we hadn't had any minor league cricket at this point, but some of the players who had come over were already playing in local leagues with some of the young players.
Mm-hmm.
And when I talked to a couple of them, they were like, "This is great. I'm playing with a guy who's got first class. I'm training with this guy, and I'm
Mm.
learning this." I remember talking to people who had played with Unmukt at the time when he
Mm-hmm.
first came over.
Yep.
And so as a minor league stuck around, after the first year of minor league, I was pretty much convinced that it was the right move. It took
Okay.
me probably a year. It took me probably a year, but after the first year of minor league, I was like, this was the right move. This is
Yeah.
helping everyone.
Yeah. It improves the the players that they're playing with includes the players that they're playing against.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
when they retire and they settle in the US, because some of them inevitably do, like the Liam Plunkett's and the Corey Andersons, then they're the ones who coach
The
and
coach.
administer and all that.
Yeah, and you're talking 26. People don't realize, Australians probably don't have a hard time grasping this, but a lot of people don't realize how massive geographically the USA is.
Mhm.
It's enormous. Australia is pretty darn big too, but like a lot of people don't. I mean, India's one time zone, right? It's like,
Yeah.
it's a whole lot of people in a not the biggest space.
Mhm.
England, UK is not that. You can drive
It's
from one
tiny.
end of the UK to the other.
Yep.
The time it would take for me to get to Syracuse, New York from here.
Yeah,
It's
right.
like,
Yeah. Or Melbourne to
and
Brisbane or something.
yeah, and so I don't think a lot of people realize that that's a massive obstacle for cricket in the U.S. because it's not like Oman where everyone lives around down the street from each other and all the elite players can play together all the time. It's a situation here is, you have coasts and then you have, basically all the players play on the coasts and then across the south a little bit. And so with 26 teams across the country in minor league, you have two problems. Get the players together, not have too much travel. So, because that costs a lot of money. So you need to have more teams closer together.
Yep.
So that's why they did the divisions the way they did. Well, if you're going to have more teams to solve that problem, you need more players that are really good.
Yep.
So every team in minor league has, typically has two or three of these elite level players on it, and some of them have a lot more. But at the time, it was every team had about two or three of them. And, I loved minor league cricket because it was such a thoughtful solution. And yeah, there's problems. Sure, there's problems. And sure, in many ways, Major League Cricket has fallen short on a lot of things. But when you look at what they are trying to do, the ambition of that, bringing 50 to 70 players across a 3-4 year span, right? I think, no, it was 3 year span of bringing about 60 players here. That is a big thing to do. That's a really big thing to do. And so the ambition of it, you have to take your hat off to it. You have to the fact that they got minor league going the way they did, incredible.
During the pandemic. But just on the ambition of minor league and the Major League Cricket project, is there a women's version on the horizon anywhere soon, or?
I think that's a ways off, and the reason is there's a couple reasons for that. And if we take away any speculation on whether or not people value that enough, which people don't, but even if they did, we don't have enough women playing cricket to justify that at the moment, to justify something the scale of minor league, let me say. We would have to bring in even more players.
Right.
We just don't have enough. I think at the same time, I'd love to see maybe like we have the US Open tournament here. We have right now the USPL's happening. We have a lot of pop-up tournaments in the US. I'd love to see more women's pop-up tournaments. I'd love to see like a fair break style thing.
They were
here
going
in
to do a fair break in Texas, I think.
They were going to do it in Texas. Yeah. I was trying to talk them into doing it in Morrisville, but there were some things that moved in the other direction. That when you get that Texas venue, when you get that Grand Prairie venue, you got to use it.
It's hard to resist.
It's so good. I mean, you saw what Scotland did there a couple weeks back. It was like they were I don't think people realize how nice that venue is until you go there and you're like, this is an amazing venue. It's incredible.
Well, I mean, I watched Aaron Jones hit that 94 not out versus Canada in that World Cup opener, and that looked spectacular.
and you know who was the curator there? Dave Agnew, the guy who put our square in here.
Awesome.
Yeah, he's incredible. He's one of my favorite people. I love the guy. But he's just so good at his job. And I think those wickets are so good right now. Like look across associate cricket. Where is a better place to bat in all of associate cricket than Grand Prairie?
Yep. It's a proper square because otherwise you get wickets that are more like
Yeah,
the New York pop up, which like as a fan of
yeah,
associate cricket, I really like um that that
yeah.
that that surface brought associate cricket to the World Cup.
Yeah, yeah, me too. I thought I was happy for it. I was happy to see
Yeah,
it, especially
yeah,
because we're gonna play India there. Okay, all
mhm,
right.
yeah. They are
You
now
know,
literally
it
our
was,
turf.
yeah, it was, yeah, absolutely. No, there's so many great things about associate cricket, and I think the difficult wicket aspect is never going to go away all the way.
Mm,
But at the same time, we always talk about how certain types of bowlers do extra well in associate cricket. Whereas you look at the full member scene, and it's not like you don't see all the best numbers, all the best stats being left arm orthodox bowlers, and you don't
yep.
see all, like, or so I think what that Grand Prairie wicket is going to do, one of the roles it's going to play in associate cricket in general
Mm,
is, and I've realized this recently, this is a really interesting thing. We always talked about how, oh, there's no leg spinners in the US. There's not enough leg spinners in the US. Well, that's because if you're going to play a T20 game on a wicket, on a
mm,
natural surface wicket, first of all, before we got the natural, as many as we have, before we got all these nice hybrids and natural surface wickets and decent outfields,
mm,
which minor league and major league have brought here. Before we had that, you had two options. You had either really seriously sticky natural surface wicket, very few
mm.
of them too, or you had uh astroturf on concrete
Right.
with a small outfield and really thick grass.
Mm,
And so what that does is thick grass, what am I going to do? A perfect cover drive that for a single, or am I going to try to hit it over everyone's heads, right?
mm,
So when you have these 55-yard, 50-yard, 50-meter boundaries
mm,
on some of these fields, bowling and you're bowling on concrete,
mm,
and people are trying to hit it in the air anyways.
mm.
Bowling leg spin isn't the greatest thing all the time,
No.
right?
Yep.
And same when you have a sticky wicket and you're trying to defend 90 runs.
Mm,
Are you going to bring out your leg spinner?
yep.
No,
Yep.
you're not going to do that. And so I think we used to wonder, why aren't there any leg spinners in the US? I think that's probably the biggest reason,
Mm,
because I've seen Yasser Muhammad, who's the USA leg spinner. I've seen him play in the East. I've seen him play in the New York, New Jersey area
mm.
on wickets where the first innings, where a 110 first inning score is a good one.
Yep.
Like we joked around, Aman and I joked around that the wicket in at Nassau during the World Cup was a
Yep.
proper New York
Absolutely.
wicket.
Yep.
It's like, this is definitely New York. But yeah, you're not gonna bring your leggy out there. So
Mm,
I mean, I can't tell you how many games I've seen him play in that division where he bowled one or two overs maybe.
mm.
And it's like, he's the USA
Yeah.
leg spinner. If he's not bowling,
Mm.
there's other reasons.
But
And
so then if you have more venues like Grand Prairie and hopefully more and more like Grand Prairie, then you will allow players
yeah,
like Yasser Muhammad to thrive.
that's right. You'll get more leg spinners, because what do you need to compete against the full members? So we have that
Mm,
whole associate thing. We know the formula for winning an associate cricket, right?
mm,
Um, but once associates go to the next level, and they do
mm,
hold their own quite well, but
mm,
how are you going to develop the kinds of bowlers that get full member batters
mm,
out? You don't see two left arm orthodox spinners on every full member team.
mm.
Usually that's a guy who also bats.
Yep.
You know, and so this will give those leggies, the more good surfaces, the more good venues like Grand
Mm,
Prairie we have in associate cricket, the
mm,
more we're going to see the types of bowlers develop that are going to get the full
mm.
members out. And,
Yeah.
and I think that's we saw you, and also kind of reveals the class of the players a little bit too.
Mm.
Like we know without a shadow of a doubt that Sorab is just as good as he looks.
Yep.
You know, we know that by now.
Yep.
And that's because he's performed in Major League, he's
Hmm.
performed for USA, and you don't always get that. Well, let's just say that full member fans can always point to the wickets and associates
Mm.
in associate cricket, and that's enough for them to explain why a bowler led ODI cricket in wickets that year. That's why a bowler from Oman led everyone in wickets in 2023. They'll say, oh yeah, it was the surfaces. They aided the bowlers in associate cricket. It's like, okay, well, we'll shut those people up the more venues we get like Great Prairie. Yeah.
So we are getting towards the end of the episode, but I can't let you go without talking about the Jumbo Media Ball and Play League where you are umpire Nate. Um, and I guess my big question for you is how do you think they can make it more like cricket? Because I think effectively they can make like an actual warehouse version of backyard cricket with plastic like cricket bats and balls. At least in the Captain's League. What do you reckon?
See, I love that you know about the Captain's League.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah. Oh man, so I helped Jimmy make the rules for Ball and Play League, and my favorite rule is still the magic circle. I called it the magic circle. They call it the magic hole. That's my favorite thing that I came up with. So I was like, you got to have you're bowled out. You have to have that opportunity, right? That option. And it's the most exciting thing that happens. Every time it happens, it's thrilling. Everyone's jumping up and down, ring around the rosy and everything.
And especially now with the innovation of like the back wall being a boundary as well, like that opens up the possibility of more bowled outs.
And Jimmy told me about that last year before the Captain's League. He's like, hey, we're gonna do the back wall. It's gonna be boundaries. And I was like skeptical how they're gonna do it. I was like, the great thing about Jimmy is when he comes up with an idea, they go to the warehouse and they try it out a bunch. So it's like he'll tell me something that to me sounds a little bit like it won't work, and then he'll be like, "Trust me, we labbed this. It works great." And I'm like, "That's so cool." So honestly, he's done the job of making it more like cricket each time. He's evolved it a little bit more towards cricket each time, and I think that's perfect because most of his viewers are Americans that are used to baseball. And so I think he's bringing them along slowly. Anybody who watches Ball and Play League can go watch a cricket match and know what's happening.
Yep.
Everybody can.
Yep.
That was the idea. That to me, that was
subterfuge. I love it.
Yeah. To me, that was the beauty of it. To me, to him, he liked that aspect too. But to him, it solved the problem of the blitz ball being so pitch dominant, not enough action.
Yeah,
he wanted something where there's action, and this solved that problem for him. To make it more like cricket. Right now, I love it how it is, to be honest. I think.
So my pitch, if I was to talk to Jimmy, would be like, so leave ball in play as it is, but like create, I guess essentially warehouse backyard cricket where, like, so use a plastic bat, use plastic stumps, and then behind the batter is kind of like the backboard, so that if the ball hits the board, it's a dot ball. If it misses the board, it's a wide, whatever.
And we are back with the evening session from the MCG, and Ravindra Jadeja opens the evening session for the Indian bowling attack. He concedes a single of the third delivery of his first over of the session. Dot ball is the next one, as is the fifth. So Australia 177 for 2. Manos Labuschagne is on strike. He is on 44 of 111. There is a slip and silly point in place for him as Labuschagne goes over the top and deposits a left arm around the wicket delivery from Ravindra Jadeja for a lofted on drive for 4 runs. So Australia are 181 for 2 wickets. Again, let's hope that the internet problems are over for the day, and well, I apologize to anyone watching. This is completely out of my control. There was no internet for over an hour during the afternoon session. I'm really very very annoyed because I think the last test I had a similar problem, and this is generally just unacceptable from an internet service provider. Even though it is a unusual time of day for Germany, I think you can't just shut down the internet for over an hour between 3 and 4. Akash Deep continues, and the first delivery is defended for a dot ball by Smith. 2 slips in for Akash Deep. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket. There's a big appeal for LBW. It is not given out on the field. Rohit, Rishabh and Virat are discussing if they should review it. India have lost one review already, and it looks like they have decided against using another review. Yes, the DRS timer has ticked down to 0 seconds without India taking a review. I guess the problem here is height, because it hits him relatively high up on the thigh, and we are now seeing a replay, and it would have been an umpire's call on height, would have taken out the off bail of Steve Smith, or was clipping the off bail, so umpire's call. India would have kept the review as Smith glances one down the leg side, and that is a boundary. 4 runs for the Australians. 185 for 2 now. As we are seeing replays of that shot, Rishabh Pant diving to his left, rolling over, but nowhere near that delivery, not that shot. In comes Akash Deep again. This one is driven towards cover. 2 fielders running after it. Mohammad Siraj stops it. There is a fielder backing him up in expectation of getting to have to throw in the ball after Siraj stops it, but he does it himself. The Australians have run 3 runs though. So 188 for 2 now, Australia. Mohammad Siraj is losing his floppy head in pursuit of that ball. There is now a gully. Oh no, he's running forward towards cover. There is a backward point in place. And there was a fielder from the leg side running towards cover. Now he's stationed at cover. Who is that? 64, I think that's Jaiswal. As Labuschagne picks him out immediately after he was moved there by the fielding side. No run. Final delivery of Akash's 12th over. In he comes again. Right arm over the wicket. And this one is glanced by Labuschagne off the outside edge between second slip and the gully. The fielders are running after it, and Manos Labuschagne has run a couple and thus brought up his half century. So 3 of the Australian top four have now made half centuries. First one was debutant Sam Constas, then Usman Khawaja made a half century, and now Manus Labuschagne has gone to his half century. 50 of 114 deliveries. He has really put the foot down after he was on 39 of 100 balls. Since his 100th delivery faced, he has gone along at almost a run a ball. Jadeja to continue. Second delivery brings the Australians a single in the leg side. There is a slip, there is a short cover. In comes Jadeja, left arm around the wicket, and this one is played out into the leg side by Manus Labuschagne. It is fielded by Mohammad Siraj, who comes running around from mid-wicket. There is no run. Australia remain on 191 for 2. The next one is defended back into the ground by Manus Labuschagne, and there is no run. Jadeja is already back at his mark and starting his run-up again. Left arm around the wicket, and this one is guided towards third man by Manus Labuschagne, and the Australians, I think, have run another couple. Yes, they have. 193 for 2. Labuschagne 52 of 117. In 54 test matches, he has 11 hundreds and 22 50s. As he slashes one towards cover for 4 runs as he finds the boundary. That brings up Australia's 200. 200 and... No, it's not. It's 197 for 2. I thought it would have been... This scoring ribbon is very weird. It's going up and down again. Okay, let's have a look what Cricinfo says. Yes, 197 for 2 after 56 overs. 7 runs coming from this Jadeja over. As we are seeing a replay of that last boundary. Manus Labuschagne, 56 not out of 118 deliveries. He is also scoring very well on the offside behind the wicket. Akash deep to continue. First one onto Smith's legs, and he clips that towards square leg, and there is no run. As we are seeing highlights of Australian batsmen getting hit in the nards. Labuschagne was hit there. Constas was hit there. In comes Akash, right arm over the wicket, and there's a huge appeal for LBW as Manus Labuschagne looks to defend this one back towards the bowler. It is not given out on the field, but this time it looks like the Indians are a lot surer of themselves, and they have reviewed it. Rohit Sharma making the tee there. India have reviewed another decision. The Indians have already lost one review that they where they underestimated the bounce. What is the problem this time with there not being an out given on the field? We are seeing the front on now. There is no bat involved. Snicko seems to confirm that. It hits Smith on the knee roll, and because Akashdeep is coming right arm over the wicket, it might actually slide down leg, and yes, it is. It's pitching outside off. The impact is in line, and it is missing the wicket. So, India lose another review. They are now down to a single review left, as Steve Smith survives this review by India. Australia remain on 197 for 2. And we are seeing the field. There are 2 slips in place for Akash, as Smith glances one down the leg side. Or did he get bet on that? I think it has been given as leg buys by the on-field umpire. Yes, indeed, it's a leg buy. Australia move on to 198 regardless. 2 wickets down. There is a mid-wicket. Now there is a backward square leg. There is a mid-on. Let's see. In comes Akashdeep and clipped off his legs by Labuschagne this time, and they take another single. Australia 199 for 2. Smith is on strike, 19 of 37. The partnership is 45 of 76 deliveries. 2 more deliveries left in Akash Deep's 13th over. In comes Akashdeep, right arm over the wicket. This one is down the leg side, and Smith raises his bat high above his head. Wants nothing to do with that one, and there is no run. So, Akashdeep's overs are taking a lot longer now than Ravindra Jadeja's, and he's also lost a bit of well, it looks like he's getting a bit tired now, as the day enters the final stages. Final delivery of Akashdeep's 13th over is Steve Smith coming out of his crease, then defending a short of a length ball back towards the bowler, and there is no run again. Australia 199 for 2. Yeah, let's have a look if anyone is with us. There might actually be some people, or maybe in the near future some people might actually wake up. It is, well, yeah, it's 10 to 6 here in Germany, but that means it's 10 to 5 in the UK. Probably most of my audience is probably from the British Isles, so they are 1 hour behind me at the moment. Anyway, you can also use Blue Sky to get in touch with the stream. It's the @linuxlea.bsky.social handle there. There are some people standing near the boundary, waving hats. I don't know what's going on there. They are outside of the boundary rope, but they are inside of the advertising boards. Don't really know what's going on there. As Jadeja continues, and he is taken for another boundary into the leg side of his fourth delivery. Steve Smith moves on to 23 of 41. That also means that the partnership is now worth 50 of 82 deliveries, and Australia's 200 was brought up a bit earlier in the over of the second delivery, as Steve Smith dances down the pitch and drives one very, very straight and aerially. Oh, it's a Shane Warne tribute. Okay, yes, the famous picture of Shane Warne as he bows a bit and takes off his hat. Okay. In comes Jadeja again, and this one is driven straight to cover by Smith, and there is no run. Australia 208 for 2. 58 overs have been bowled. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Doesn't look like anyone is in the YouTube chat. We have just some people liking the announcement that we are back after the tea break and some internet shenanigans. Yes, if you are listening to this, please feel free to get in touch. Use the YouTube chat or use the Linux Lea Blue Sky handle there. I will monitor both both of these channels, as we are seeing that Steve Smith has the most runs by venue at the MCG, 1120 at an average over 80. So very good numbers for him, and the Indians will be desperate to make another breakthrough. They have been able to take only a single wicket in each of the first two sessions of the day. The second session was a much more traditional test match session than the first one. In the first one, Sam Consters, the debutant for Australia, 19 years old, went a bit mad and made a 60 at almost a runner ball. He was taking a liking to the Indian bowling attack. He hit 2 sixes of Jasprit Bumrah, which means he has the joint most sixes of Jasprit Bumrah's delivery in test matches, together with Joss Butler, who also has 2 sixes of Bumrah deliveries. As the Australians are running very, very, very hard, as Labuschagne gets one into the outfield, where it is eventually stopped by an Indian fielder, but not before the Australians have run another 3 runs. That's a very fine pole shot from Manos Labuschagne into the leg side, behind square on the leg side, to be precise. Very, very good running from the Australians here. There are 2 slips, and there is also a leg slip for Akash Deep, as Smith gets an outside edge that evades Virat Kohli at second slip. He dives, stops the ball, rolls over the boundary, not the ball, but Virat Kohli. Steps back into the field of play and throws the ball back towards Rishabh Pant the wicketkeeper, and the Australians have run another 3 runs, 214 for 2. Partnership now 60 of 88, 58.4 overs bowled. 2 more deliveries left in Akashdeep's 14th over. Labuschagne is on strike. He is on 61 of 124 deliveries. In comes Akashdeep, right arm over the wicket, and this one is clipped behind square into the leg side, and it is misfielded by Jasprit Bumrah, who eventually gets a hand to it, and the Australians have run a couple, 216 for 2. Jasprit Bumrah apologizes for the fielding mistake there to the bowler. Yeah, looked a bit sloppy from the Indians in the field today. Between Bumrah and Siraj, there have been a few misfields. I can't tell you if there have been any drops, because I lost my internet for about an hour during the second session of the day. So they might have dropped them quite a lot, but I don't really think that was the case. A single of the final delivery of Akashdeep's 14th over. And the Australians are 217 for 2. Let's have a look at social media. If anyone is with us on YouTube, doesn't look like it. And anything on Blue Sky? No, I don't think so. Washington Sundar is back into the attack for his second over. The first one cost India 5 runs as he is marking his run up. Labuschagne is on strike again. He's on 64 as we are seeing replays of Sam Consters scooping Jasprit Bumrah for boundaries during the first session of the day. He wasn't very intimidated by Jasprit Bumrah, as Akashdeep fields one at backward square leg, and there is a single in that for the Australians. First ball of Washington Sundar's second over. Sundar bowls right arm around the wicket to the right-hander Steve Smith, who plays him out towards mid-wicket for another single. 219 for 2. At T, Australia were 2 for 176, so they have made a quick 47 runs since then. Oh, just a second. No, it's 24. 33. Oh, sorry, I can't do any math anymore. Not in my hair. 220 up for Australia as they take another single of the fourth delivery of Washington Sundar's second over. In he comes. This time he switches to over the wicket. There is a short leg and a slip in place, and there is another single into the leg side by Steve Smith, and the Australians move one on to 221 for 2. Come on, Labuschagne, a single off the final delivery of Washington Sundar's over. Do it for Richie as Sundar breaks off his run-up, aborts his run-up, aborts it. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket, and this one is played out to Virat Kohli, who is fielding at mid-off, and there is no run. So, Australia 221 for 2. And so far, I would say this is definitely not a road. There is some movement available for the paceman. There's not that much spin from what I can tell thus far, which is not very surprising. It's an Australian ground on the first day of a test match. But I think the big problem is that the Indian bowling has been a bit inconsistent. They were caught on the back foot during the first session. They pulled it back during the second after having dismissed Sam Constas in the first session. Bowled a lot tighter during the second session, but couldn't take many wickets thus far. 2 have fallen, 1 in the first, 1 in the second. And in comes Akash Deep, and this one is played by Smith out to cover, and there is no run. There is a minimum of 28.5 overs scheduled for remaining overs scheduled. In comes Akash Deep and is defended into the leg side by Steve Smith, and there is no run. Smith on 32 of 48, Labuschagne on 66 of 130. So 2 dot balls to begin his 15th over. There is a bit of debris being blown across the field. And next one is right arm over the wicket and left alone by Smith, probably on line, but that is relatively close to the top of his off stump. As we are seeing the field, there's a mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, slips, leg slip, square leg, and short mid-wicket. As Akash Deep is coming up to his mark. Now he comes in again, right arm over the wicket, and there is a spirited appeal for LBW. It is not given out on the field by Joel Wilson, though. The Indians are contemplating the review. They have wasted 2 already, so they have only 1 left, and it doesn't look like Rohit Sharma is going to use it here. No, he is not. No review used, as Akash Deep has Steve Smith squared up in front of the wicket. Let's have a look. There is a full speed replay. Now we are seeing a slow-mo replay, and it looks like Joe Wilson thinks that this is missing the wickets based on height. I could do with some ball tracking here. As the next delivery is right arm over the wicket, and this one beats the outside edge of Steve Smith, and there is no run. We are now seeing the replay and the ball tracking, and it was a very, very good decision by Rohit Sharma and probably Rishabh Pant not to use another review, because this one would have also been lost, because Akashdeep is missing the wickets on height again here. 2 slips, leg slip, Akashdeep bowls short and Steve Smith ducks under it, and there is no run. So that's a maiden for Akashdeep, the 4th of the innings for him. Let's have a look at social media if anyone is with us. Doesn't look like anyone is in the YouTube chat. Reminder, if you are listening to this, or if you're watching the YouTube stream, please feel free to get in contact with the chat. That really, really helps. Also, of course, don't forget liking and subscribing. Really helps the channel out. You can also use Blue Sky. The top of the Blue Sky handles is mine. I will be monitoring this as well as Washington Sundar continues, and Labuschagne plays a reverse sweep that doesn't go according to plan exactly. There is an appeal for LBW, but doesn't look like anyone is wasting a review on that, because he probably got an under edge to it. So let's have a look. Yeah, they were appealing for LBW, but he clearly gloves that one behind point, and there is a single. So 222 for 2, as Richie Benno would have said. Next one is another jogged single, this time into the leg side by Steve Smith. And there is Marnus Labuschagne back on strike. Australia 223 for 2 after 61.2 overs have been bowled. In comes Washington again, and this one is driven by Labuschagne, but only towards KL Rahul, who is fielding at point, and there is no run. India really, really need some quick wickets here, as Labuschagne clips one out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. India really, really need wickets here. 223 for 2 is a pretty good score for the Australians. In comes Washington Sundar again, penultimate delivery of the over, and it is defended back towards the bowler by Marnus Labuschagne, and there is no run. 61.5 overs gone. Final delivery, and this one is down the leg side, and Marnus leaves it alone. There is no run. 223 for 2 after 62 overs. Australia. Let's have a look at social media. Come on, people, if you are watching this, get in touch with me. Doesn't look like anyone is with us on YouTube, and Blue Sky is also relatively quiet. Steve Smith is on strike as Akashdeep continues. Played out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Marnus Labuschagne is now the highest scorer in the Australian innings thus far. The top 3 have all made 50s. And Steve Smith is not that far away from his own 50 as well. There is a shuffling around of the field. People are running around. There is Yashasvi Jaiswal coming in at short leg. He has a helmet on. Yes, it is Jaiswal after the first delivery of the over. 2 slips, a leg slip, and a short leg. And this one is defended out into the offside by Steve Smith, and there is no run as it is fielded by, I think that's KL Rahul again at short cover. No, KL Rahul I think is standing at leg slip. Who is that at cover? Moving now back towards deep point. Rohit Sharma, I don't know who he was talking to, but he was up towards the wicket. Now he's back at first slip as Smith defends one into the onside, and it is fielded by Yashasvi Jaiswal at short leg, and there is again no run. 223 for 2 now. Fourth delivery of Akashdeep's 16th over coming up. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket, and this one is swatted at by Steve Smith as it is very, very short, and it is hit at head height by Steve Smith, flies away into the leg side, and the Australians, I think, have run another 3 runs. Yes, 226. This is a bit of a mistimed pull shot from Steve Smith. He is a bit late on it, and so it flies towards mid-wicket. I think he was aiming it over square on the leg side, but he was a bit too late for that. Next one, there is no run. Oh, it was Labuschagne, sorry. Of course, they run 3. That dot ball was Labuschagne. The mistimed pull, of course, was Smith. So Labuschagne is on strike as Akashdeep comes in, and this one is defended by Labuschagne into the offside. It is almost fielded by Akashdeep himself, but it runs through to mid-off, where it is fielded by Mohammad Siraj, who makes no mistake this time. Let's have a look. The close of play is 5:30 local time. It is currently 4:15. So, because there are still 26 overs scheduled to be bowled in, I think we can be confident in saying that the extra half hour will be taken as Washington Sundar continues and is driven straight down the ground by Steve Smith, who finds the boundary at long off, and Australia bring up their 230. .230 for Australia, as Washington only has a single slip as he continues right arm over the wicket to Steve Smith. Next delivery is driven straight back to him. There is no run. Third delivery clipped off his legs by Steve Smith, and the Australians have run a single as Nitish Kumar Reddy is fielding that ball. 231 for 2. Labuschagne on 67 of 137. 3 more deliveries left in Washington Sundar's over. There is a short mid-wicket, which is Yashasvi Jaiswal. And Labuschagne can not capitalize on this one. As Yashasvi Jaiswal has moved more into a silly mid-on position now. Positioned almost at the non-striker's crease. Anyway, the Australians take another couple. Final delivery of Washington Sundar's over coming up. Australia 233 for 2. Labuschagne is on strike. He's on 69 of 139. Now there is a short leg in place for Labuschagne and a slip as Washington Sundar switches to around the wicket. This one produces only another dot ball, and Australia end the 64th over on 233 for 2. Marnus Labuschagne 69, Steve Smith 41. Washington Sundar has bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 18 runs conceded. And at the other end, Akashdeep has bowled 16 overs, bowled 4 maidens and conceded 50 runs. As my stream has died again. Let's see if I can get it to work again. Yes, I can. As Akashdeep continues. He concedes a single off his 4th ball to Steve Smith. So Marnus Labuschagne is back on strike. In he comes for his second delivery. Right arm over the wicket to Marnus Labuschagne, who squeezes one out towards deep backward point. And the Australians have run a couple, bringing their total to 236 for 2 now. That one flies off the outside edge of his bat. And the Indian side, the Indian fielders are starting to look a bit frustrated now. In comes Akashdeep, and Labuschagne clips one towards short mid-wicket, where it is fielded by Yashasvi Jaiswal. 236 for 2, there's no run. The partnership is now 82 of 123 deliveries. There are 2 slips. There is cover. In comes Akashdeep, right arm over the wicket, and this one is climbing steeply from short of a length, and Labuschagne almost gloves it behind, but that is an unplayable delivery, an almost unplayable delivery. Labuschagne was looking to defend it down into the ground. It climbed higher than he had expected, and it almost takes the glove. Very good bowling, this from Akashdeep. The next one is played out into the offside, fielded in the deep by Nitish Kumar Reddy, and the Australians take another single, 237 for 2, 64.5 overs gone. Final delivery of Akashdeep's 17th over coming up now. In he comes again. There are 2 slips. There is a deep backward point. In he comes again. Full and straight, and this one is defended by Steve Smith, and there is no run. And that brings us to a drinks break, and I will be back with you very, very shortly. And we are back after drinks. And Steve Smith has thrown, Manos Labuschagne has thrown it away. First ball after the drinks break as Washington Sundar is coming in, right arm over the wicket, and Labuschagne looks to loft him over cover, but he can only find Virat Kohli, who is stationed there. And Manos Labuschagne has to go for 72 of 145 runs. He's out-caught Kohli, bowled Washington. He played 37 scoring shots. And that is exactly what the Indians need. The Australians are 237 for 3. So, Washington is in the wickets. And that brings out Travis Head, and the Indians will not really breathe a sigh of relief, or the relief is perhaps dampened by the arrival of Travis Head, who is, I think, the leading batsman in the series. So, Steve Smith is 8 runs away from making it so that all the top 4 have scored 50s in this match. Which is would be heartening for the Australians, because their big problem in this series has been top order collapses. As Travis Head comes to the crease, his best test score is 175. He averages 44.22 as he now marks his guard, shadow bats a bit, or practices his shots. Now he takes strike, and Washington Sundar switches to around the wicket to the left-hander Travis Head, who plays this one out into the offside, and there is no run. He is on naught of 1 as Sundar continues. An attempt at a cut shot by Head, but he can't get it off the square, and there is no run. As we are seeing replays of Manos Labuschagne throwing back his head in frustration after chipping one down Kohli's throat. Easy catch for Virat Kohli to take. That was straight towards him. Didn't really have to move, just had to hop up a little, jump up a little bit, as Travis Head plays out another dot ball into the offside. There is no run. So, final delivery coming up. There is a short leg in place for the left-handed Travis Head, who again attempts a cut shot, but again can only find a fielder, and there is again no run. 237 for 3 after 66 overs. As we are settling in for a probably extended session here, the Indians will need a few more wickets during this session here. The Australians are going along very, very well. Despite Manos Labuschagne losing his concentration or rhythm probably after the drinks break. So, Jasprit Bumrah is to continue, and he is bowling to Steve Smith. He has bowled 15 overs, 7 maidens, conceded 50 runs, taken 1 wicket, and his economy is 3.3, which was a lot higher during the first session when Sam Constas was taking a liking to him. A full 2 runs per over more expensive, as Mohammad Siraj is misfielding another one at cover, and the Australians have run another 3 as Siraj dives after a ball, slides after a ball, misses it by about 10 centimeters, has to get up, spin around again, falls down for a second time before finding his feet and picking up the ball. So Smith on 45 of 63. Travis Head is on strike. 240 up for the Australians for the loss of 3 wickets. Bumrah now bowling to Head for the first time in this match. Travis Head is wearing a good amount of personal protection for a number 5. Has a kind of a belly guard or a kidney guard under his shirt. First delivery he faces from Bumrah in this innings is played out for a dot ball. There's no run. There's some great Australian mullets in the audience amongst the spectators there, and some questionable sartorial choices as well. So in comes a Bumrah as Travis Head looks to leave one that takes the top of his off stump, and Travis Head will not damage the Indian effort in this first innings anymore. He has to go for a duck. He is out bowled Jasprit Bumrah. Bumrah coming in right arm around the wicket, and Travis Head has his bat high above his head, and he misjudges this one that takes the top of his off stump, and suddenly the Australians are 240 for 4. And that should bring out Alex Carey at... No, it should be Mitch Marsh. Mitch Marsh at number 6. I think Carey is playing at 7. Then it's Cummins at 9, Lyon at 10, and Boland at 11. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on Blue Sky or on YouTube. You can always get in touch with the stream, and I'd really like for you to get in touch with me. It makes it all the more enjoyable. Nothing as far as I can see on YouTube, and let's have a look at... Well, people were liking the announcement of the stream, or the announcement that we are back after tea and an extended internet connection problem. Sorry. If you are watching this, please consider liking and subscribing, and consider getting in touch with the stream, participating. It's always much more enjoyable if the people listening have their say. As yes, it is indeed Mitch Marsh at number 6 for the Australians, and he squeezes the first one out towards Gully, and there is no run. 240 for 4. And suddenly the Indians look a lot more relaxed. Jasprit Bumrah is smiling, laughing as he is walking back to his mark. Yeah, so let's have a look. What did the Australians do here? They went from 237 for 2 to 240 for 4, basically. Marsh in this series has a bit of a problem. His best score is 47. He's averaging 13.8. He has made 69 runs in this series. He definitely needs some runs in this test match. As Bumrah continues for the final delivery of his 16th over, there is an appeal for LBW, but no one looks like he is willing to risk the final Indian review because they have already lost 2. Both of them lost to LBW decisions. The first one was lost because the ball bounced over, so lost on height. And the second one on line with the ball going down the leg side. I think both of these reviews were to deliveries from Akash Deep, I think. Anyway, we are seeing replays of Travis Head dismissal, and now we are back. It's Washington Sundar. There is a slip in place for Steve Smith, and the first one is pushed out into the offside for a single. Bumrah is currently off the field. Something to do with his shoes, probably, as we see that he has taken off his left shoe. He is rearranging something inside, looking at something, or is he just changing his shoes? There is Yashasvi Jaiswal back in at short leg for the right-handed Mitch Marsh, who has now faced 4 deliveries, but is still on north, as the next one is defended back towards the bowler, as Washington Sundar is bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Mitchell Marsh. In he comes again, defended into the onside this time by Marsh and fielded by short mid-wicket. There is no run. Next one is defended back towards the bowler, and again, there is no run. 241 for 4, Australia. In comes Washington Sundar, right arm over the wicket, defended into the offside again by Mitchell Marsh, who plants a big front foot and plays with a very, very straight bat. We are seeing a graphic saying that Jasprit Bumrah is running in at 18 kilometers per hour. The wrist speed is 75 kilometers per hour, but for some reason the speed of the ball on release is 135. I don't know where they measure those speeds because, well, it would imply that there is a lot of that Bumrah generates a lot of speed by flicking his wrist during the delivery. Steve Smith is back on strike, and Bumrah seems to have taken just a very, very, very brief break as he is back in, and Smith squeezes an outside edge out into the offside, and there is a single. Marsh back on strike. .1 overs have been bowled. The last wicket to fall was Travis Head, who made a 7-ball duck. But I think in the grand scheme of things, he's had a pretty good series so far. There are 2 slips. There is a gully, there is a backward point for Mitch Marsh, who is now facing Jasprit Bumrah. There is also still Yashasvi Jaiswal at short leg, as there is another dot ball into the leg side from Mitchell Marsh. And for the next one, the pictures have, well, cut out basically. Oh yes, it is a cover drive from Mitchell Marsh that finds the boundary. So he is off the mark with a 4. Australia 246 for 4 now. As the pictures are jumping back and forth in time, because we are seeing and we have been reconnected apparently. Okay. So there's a very sometimes a very, very weird. There is a very weird issue with the direction of the live pictures, I think. And what has happened here? Final delivery of the over. Jasprit Bumrah takes the wicket of Mitch Marsh as he feathers one with an angled bat behind to Rishabh Pant. It's on the shorter side of a good length from a Bumrah. It is wider outside the off stump. Mitch Marsh is fishing with an angled bat outside his off stump, gets a top edge, and Rishabh Pant catches him behind. So Mitch Marsh has to go for 4 runs, and the Indians have their tail up as the Australians slide from basically from 237 for 2 to now 246 for 5. So this time the Australian top order fired, but now their middle order is collapsing a bit as Alex Carey is out in the middle at number 7 for Australia. He is out there with Steve Smith, who is on 47 of 65. Carey in at 7. But he is not facing as Mitch Marsh fell off the final delivery of Jasprit Bumrah's last over. Washington Sundar is bowling to Steve Smith now for his 7th over. He has figures of 1 for 19 thus far. Let's see. There's a lot of close-ups. There is Yashasvi Jaiswal. He is at short leg. There is also a backward square leg in case, just in case. It probably, just in case it loops over the head of Jaiswal. Jadeja is at silly mid-on, basically, as Smith flicks one into the leg side, and I think the Australians have taken a single here. Yes, indeed, Alex Carey on strike for the first time in this innings. Australia 247 for 5. So they have basically lost the last 3 wickets for, at this point, 10 runs. Let me have a small sip of coffee. As in comes Sundar, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Alex Carey, who defends it back towards the bowler, and there is no run. 247 for 5. Next delivery is played out to long off, and the Australians are taking another single. 248 for 5 now. Smith is back on strike. Jadeja is back in at silly mid-on. Jaiswal still at short leg, and Rohit Sharma at slip. Played out to mid-wicket by Smith, and there is no run. Final delivery of Washington Sundar's 7th over coming up now. In he comes. Field is unchanged, and this is played towards Jadeja, who is just a bit too short to stop it, but there is a fielder backing him up, and there is no run. So, Australia remain on 248 for 5. And Jasprit Bumrah continues, as 70 overs have been bowled in the first innings of the Australians, who won the coin toss and decided to bat first. Who were dominating India for the first 2 sessions. The first session was more dominating than the second one. But the Indians have fought back in this third session of the day. 3 wickets to fall in it. As Alex Carey is facing a Bumrah, he is playing one out towards Jaiswal at short leg. There is no run. As we are seeing the most wickets in the series, Bumrah is leading by a large margin. He has taken 24 in the series. Mitchell Starc is in second place with 14. Bumrah also has an average about 10 points better than Starc. In comes Bumrah, and this one is clipped off his hip by Alex Carey. It is fielded at deep fine leg by Akash Deep, and the Australians have taken a single. Jasprit Bumrah has an average of 11.95 in this series, which is phenomenal. So, Smith is back on strike. Bumrah coming in right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Steve Smith, who plays one out into the offside, and they jog through for a single, as I think that Ravi Jadeja is running in to field that ball. Good running from the Aussies this, as they take a single and bring up that 250. 250 for 5 now. And the Indian bowlers will look to take at least one more wicket before the scheduled close of play, in hopes of dismissing the Australian tail relatively cheaply. As Smith... Oh, we are losing pictures. Here we are again. So Bumrah begins with a dot ball. Then there are 3 singles. Smith is now on strike again. And he is on 49 of 70. Can he bring up his 50? Yes, he can, as he squirts one out behind point. And there is his 50. He almost looks like he forgets his score. Needs to be reminded that he can celebrate a half century. So that means that the top 4 of Australia each have made 50 or more runs in this innings. So this test, the top order collapsing is not really that much of a problem. The problem is their middle order this time around collapsing, as Carey plays one out, cuts one towards point, and there is another single. So Carey farms the strike a bit. And the Australians are 255 for 5 now, I think. Let me just have a look. Yes. No, Steve Smith is on strike again. Didn't Carey take a single off the final delivery of the last over? Oh, they run a couple. Okay. 254. Smith facing Washington Sundar. Sundar bowls right arm around the wicket to the right-handed Smith, and this one is stopped by Yashasvi Jaiswal, and there is no run after the first delivery of the over was also a dot ball. There is a short mid-wicket, there's a short leg, and there is a slip in place for Steve Smith, who can still find a single in the leg side, and that brings Australia's 255 runs up They are 5 wickets down. There's a bit of a there's a bit of a fight back by the Indian bowling attack going on at the moment. After they looked a bit inconsistent during the first 2 sessions of the day, but they have been pretty good for this third and final session of the day. We are probably in for an extended session as well. Let's have a look. We are about 20 minutes away from the scheduled, no, half an hour away from the scheduled close of play. So one would think somewhere around an hour left in the day's play. Another couple of the 5th delivery of Washington Sundar's 8th over. So Steve Smith now facing Sundar again. Again, slip, short leg, and this one is defended to, well, silly mid on, very short mid wicket, something like that. Which is Ravindra Jadeja, 258 for 5 Australia. Let's have a look at social media. You can use the YouTube chat, of course. If you are listening to this, you are very, very welcome to use the YouTube chat. Let me know, what are your predictions? What do you think are the interesting developments of this match? What do you think of the individual performances of the batsmen, of the bowlers? Let me know. Or you can use Blue Sky, the at linuxlia.bsky.social one is your best bet there. As Mohammad Siraj is back after having been given a bit of a rest, he bowls right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Alex Carey, and the Australians take a single as Carey cuts it to backward point. 259 for 5. And Steve Smith is back on strike as Siraj comes right arm over the wicket, and this one is driven to cover by Steve Smith, where it is fielded in the deep by Akash Deep. And I think the Australians have taken a couple. But I couldn't tell you because my pictures have somehow stopped, and I'm now seeing something from a One Day International, and they are looping that. It's oh damn. Let's have a look what's going on here. Let's have a look at the ESPN Cricket Info live ticker, if they can tell me what's going on. Is there is something fishy is going on at the moment. The video feed is on the fritz again. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, it's a bit shaky at the moment. The tech side of things. But I can tell you that Steve Smith has hit Bumrah for another Siraj for a 6. And now Alex Carey is joining in on the fun. He deposited Washington Sundar for a maximum. So the Australian batsmen are on the attack at the moment. What's going on? Why is this not working? Why is this stream so bad? Here we go. We are back. Okay. So, Carey hit a 6, then a single, and now Smith is back on strike, who can only play one out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Australia have moved on to 276 for 5, though. The partnership has now reached 30 as well, at better than a runner ball. Clipped to mid-wicket again by Smith, and there is no run. And that concludes Washington Sundar's over. As we are seeing replays of the 6s. The distances being 83 and 86 meters respectively. Mohammad Siraj is continuing for his 15th over. He has taken no wickets and conceded 66 runs thus far. Second new ball will be available in 6 overs as we have bowled 74 in the innings thus far. Fifteen overs remain in the day. It is we are 20 minutes away from the scheduled close of play. Roundabout. So I guess we won't have to take the full extra half hour today. Siraj continues right arm around the wicket to the left-hand carry, and first delivery of Siraj's 15th over is a dot ball. In he comes again, right arm around the wicket. This one is down the leg side and punt misses it, but he deflects it into the ground, and I think that's Rohit from first slip is coming around, stopping it. There is, again, no run. And the Indian bowlers, on the one hand, have a bit of a tail, have the tail up a bit because they took 3 wickets in this session after only taking 1 in the first 2 sessions each. So 3 wickets fell in the third one as Siraj almost has Carey caught behind as he gets a lot of seam movement away from the batsman. No run as Carey looked to defend, and it seemed past his outside edge. 2 slips in place, and Carey plays a very limp on drive, but it's enough for the Australians to run a quick single. A couple, in fact. And Rohit Sharma at slip is starting to look a bit deflated again because there has been another misfield. This time it's by Jasprit Bumrah, who just didn't bend down enough. Carey is facing, he's on 17 of 19. And is that another misfield at cover? The fielder is coming around from mid-off to field it. Kohli now in conversation with Rohit as the Australians run a single again. Final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 15th over is coming up. He is handed the ball by Ravindra Jadeja. 33 now, the partnership of 35 deliveries. In comes Mohammad Siraj, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Smith, who can only defend that one to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 279 for 5 Australia after 75 overs, and that is another drinks break, and I will see you in just a few minutes. back again, and we see Jasprit Bumrah moving off the field. Apparently his left calf has been getting some attention during the drinks break, and as we came back from commercials, we saw him leave the field. And Devdutt Padikal apparently is on as a sub as Washington Sundar continues his 10th over. First delivery is left alone by Alex Carey as Washington bowls right arm around the wicket to the left-hander Carey, and there is no run. Carey in his 4th test at the MCG at an average of 51.25. He made 205. 100 for him. Next one is again a dot ball. There is a short leg and a slip, and this one is cut by Carey, but it is fielded by, I think that's Nitish Kumar Reddy. But the Australians nonetheless take a single. So 280 is up for the Australians. 5 wickets they have lost for those 280 runs. Smith now on strike on 62 of 81. Excuse me. As Smith can't do anything with the next delivery that Sundar bowls to him. Next one, Sundar continues right arm around the wicket to the right-handed Steve Smith. And Smith defends that one back towards the bowler. There is again no run. The score remains 280 for 5. In comes Washington Sundar, and it is cut and fielded by Mohammad Siraj at backward point. And there is no run. We are now seeing a replays, and it looks a lot like Washington Sundar has overstepped. Oh dear, oh dear. Front foot no ball from a spinner always looks horrible. And the next delivery is clipped off Steve Smith's pads, and they take, I think, a single. Yes, they take a single, 282 for 5 now. Single off the last ball, and of course there's the no ball. Thirteen overs to remain in the day. It is currently 20 past 5 in Melbourne, meaning we are about 10 minutes away from the scheduled close of play. After that, we can take another half hour, obviously. And I guess we will take them. As we are seeing pictures of Sam Constance, who has the 3rd fastest 50 on test debut for Australia of 52 deliveries. Nitish Kumar Reddy, who bowled 2 overs thus far, and I think all of them during the 2nd session when my internet was out for over an hour. He will continue. He is bowling to Steve Smith, who gets an inside edge that evades Rishabh Pant, and Rohit Sharma is running around from first slip and stops it behind Pant. Oh no. Smith gets an inside edge that bounces over his stumps and over the keeper. And Rohit has to come around from first slip to stop it. but he cannot prevent the Australians taking a single. In comes ready, right arm around the wicket, and this is clipped off Alex Carey's legs, and it is fielded at deep. Again, I get disconnected. So Nitish Kumar Reddy, I was going to talk about this. He is a very interesting figure in this Indian bowling lineup, because he's a pacer, but Rishabh Pant is standing up to the stumps to him. Reddy looks like a really fast bowler based on his run up, but looks can be deceiving. He looks like a really fast bowler coming in, and then the ball comes out at pure military medium from that very fast bowler run up that he has. And I guess he can make that an advantage by deceiving the batsman with the run up and goading them into mistiming their shots. As we are seeing replays of a very rare Ravindra Jadeja misfield, which results in an Australian single. In comes Nitish Kumar Reddy again, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Alex Carey, who plays that out to cover, where it is fielded by Mohammad Siraj, and the Australians take another single. 286 for 5 now, Australia. The partnership is worth 40 now. We are 3 overs away from the second new ball. And we still have 12 overs scheduled for the day. As we are about 6 minutes away from the scheduled close of play. As there is a double header scheduled in the Big Bash League tonight. There is one match right after this test, and then probably and then another night game. You will forgive me if I don't stay live for those. As Washington Sundar continues, and he is now starting to find some turn away from the left-handed Alex Carey. And the first 2 deliveries of his 11th over are played out for dot balls, as we are seeing pictures of Jasprit Bumrah sitting near the boundary in the dugout and in a conversation with, who was that? Was that one of the Morkels? Is he a consultant for Team India? They're not showing him again. 4th delivery of Washington Sundar's 11th over is clipped into the leg side for a single by Alex Carey, bringing Steve Smith back onto strike, who is on 65 from 89 deliveries. Australia remain 287 for 5, 77.4 overs gone. Fifth delivery of Washington Sundar's 11th over coming up now. There is short leg and a slip, and keeper Rishabh Pant standing up to the stumps to a pacer. Fifth delivery is another dot ball. So Smith taking guard for the final delivery of the over now. In comes Washington. Oh no, it's Washington Sundar now bowling. He is of course not a pacer, but Nitish Kumar Reddy is a pacer, and Washington and Rishabh Pant is standing up to him as well. So final delivery of the over produces another single for the Australians. So Smith is farming the strike a bit. So, I think we still have 11 overs scheduled in the day, or is it 12? No, it's 11. 11 overs still scheduled to be played, and now Nitish Kumar Reddy is back on again, and Pant stays up towards the stumps for him. First one is a dot ball. Australia 288 for 5. Reddy coming in right arm over the wicket. And that one is back of a length and punched towards the point by Steve Smith. And the Australians take another single. 289 for 5 now. The second new ball is very, very close. 1.4 overs left before it becomes available. Excuse me. Nitish Kumar Reddy, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Alex Carey, who plays this out to deep fine leg. And the Australians have taken another single as Virat Kohli fields it down at fine leg. 290 up. 1.5 overs left until the second new ball. Mohammad Siraj now has the ball in hand and relays it to Nitish Kumar Reddy. Smith is facing him, and Reddy comes right arm over the wicket as Smith clips that into the leg side behind square. Pant is running after it, and there is a fielder coming around from mid-wicket. So Pant aborts his chase of the ball. The fielder from mid-wicket fields it, and there is another single. As we are seeing the Indian dugout, and no, it's the Australian dugout, and apparently Jasprit Bumrah is standing in front of the Australian dugout now. Is he ready to come back onto the field? Fifth delivery is another dot ball as Mohammad Siraj is using some sweat from Nitish Kumar Reddy's brow to polish the ball. Final delivery of the 79th over. In comes Nitish Kumar Reddy. There is an appeal for LBW as Alex Carey seems to miss one, but I'm guessing that the impact is outside the line of off stump and that it would have gone down, would have missed on the offside. No, it's not that. It's a thin inside edge. As he plays with bat and pad very, very close together. Washington Sundar. Right arm around the wicket to the right-handed Steve Smith. Defended back towards the bowler, and there is no run. 291 for 5. There is a slip, there is a short leg, and next one is clipped straight to short leg, but along the ground, so there is no danger for Steve Smith there. Dot ball. 291 for 5. Next one is clipped to mid-wicket by Smith as Washington Sundar continues around the wicket. This time again, no run. In comes Sundar again, stays around the wicket. Again, flicked off his pads by Steve Smith. Fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run. The partnership is worth 45 runs from 65 deliveries. Fifth ball coming up now. Sundar stays around the wicket, driven by Smith off the front foot as he steps away to leg, but he can only find the fielder at cover, and there is no run. As we are seeing that Alex Carey is averaging 70.77 in this Australian home season. 637 first-class runs, 200s, as Washington Sundar closes out the over with another dot ball. Second new ball is available. The umpire is standing near the boundary, but there seem to be mixed messages from the Indians about whether they want to take it now or wait a little bit longer. I don't know what's going on. Jadeja now in conversation with Joel Wilson. As Wilson hands Nitish Kumar Reddy the, I think, old ball, didn't wave it above his head. Yes, Reddy is bowling with the old ball. He has figures of none for 9 from 4 overs, as the Australians are 291 for 5 after 80. In comes Nitish Kumar Reddy, right arm around the wicket, defended back towards the bowler by Alex Carey, and there is no run. Eight more overs are scheduled after this one, which I don't really understand. What did we lose the time for? Because it would mean that no, it's 9.4 overs. The on-screen is wrong again. Yeah, so 90 overs scheduled in the day. For some reason, they seem to think that 89 overs is scheduled for the day, that we lost an over for something, perhaps for the more frequent drinks breaks today, because of the high temperatures, as we are seeing again replays of the shoulder rubbing between Sam Constas and Virat Kohli from earlier today in the first session, and we will see those pictures for the rest of the series, I would assume, because the Australian broadcaster will never let us forget that. Reddy has bowled 4 overs in his 4 balls in his 5th over. He has conceded 1 run this over so far, so his figures now read none for 10. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket, and Rishabh Pant takes it as Smith doesn't want anything to do with that one, and there is no run. And because Rishabh Pant is standing up to the stumps to Nitish Kumar Reddy, he playfully threatens to dislodge Steve Smith's bails. Probably, or I'm pretty certain it would have been the first time that Smith would have been dismissed, stumped off a pacer. End of the over, Australia 292 for 5. 1 run coming off Nitish Kumar Reddy's 5th over. He's an economy of 2. And what is going on now? Apparently, it is now time for the new ball. Michael Goff, the umpire, is signaling as much. He has a shiny new ball in his hand. And yes, now the on-screen graphics show that the second new ball has been taken. And Bumrah is given a first go with the second new ball, which is quite interesting, because I think he's been better with a slightly older ball. Not only in this series, but also for his career. Doesn't matter. Apparently the Indians are making are serious about making another breakthrough in this session after having already taken 3 wickets. First delivery with the new ball. There is an appeal for LBW from Jasprit Bumrah, but this one probably would have gone down the leg side. And no one is interested enough to risk the last review India have left to go to waste, as Carey chips one up into the air, but there is no fielder underneath it, and it falls safely into the leg side. And the Australians have taken a couple. 3 slips and a gully in place now. There is also a point who is running after a cut shot from Alex Carey, and the Australians have taken another couple. 296 for 5 now. Oh damn! Excuse me. I think I have to take a very very short bio break. All that coffee is really getting to me. Excuse me, everyone, but this is quite urgent now. We're back. I'm sorry. Oh, I did not. Yeah, I had to take a toilet break. We missed Akashdeep taking a wicket with his first delivery of his 18th over with the new ball. The new ball seems to be working for Akash. As Alex Carey is out caught behind. He had to go for 31, caught punt, bowled Akash deep. So Pat Cummins is out in the middle for the Australians now, and the Australians have brought up their 300 with a leg bye. 300 for 6 Australia after 83 overs have been bowled, and again Steve Smith is hit in the crotch. It's at least the third time today that an Australian batsman has taken one amidships. Let's call it that way. He is down on he's down on his knees. He seems to be hurt significantly. As the release speed is shown in this kind of weird graphic again, 134 kilometers per hour. So yeah, I can understand that hurts. Let's have a look at the YouTube chat. I think there is no one new there. Nope. And let's have a look at Blue Sky. You can always use Blue Sky to get in touch with me. Anyway, Bumrah is continuing. He has Captain Pat Cummins in his sights. Hits him on the pad. But this one probably goes down the leg side, even though the Indians are appealing for it. I think it hasn't been given out on the field. No. The next one is taken for a couple by Patrick Cummins. So he is... No, again, he's not off the mark. It's given as 2 leg byes. So he is still on strike. He has faced 4 deliveries and he is on naught still. Australia 302 for 6 after 83.2 overs have been bowled. Bumrah coming in. There are 3 slips. There is a backward point. There is a short leg in place for him. There's a mid on, there's a mid off, there's a mid wicket. And there is also a very deep fine leg in place. And this one is pushed out into the offside, and Cummins is off the mark. He is 1 of 5, 303 for 6 Australia. As we are informed that there is a doubleheader in the Big Bash League coming up, the Sydney Sixers versus the Melbourne Stars and the Perth Scorchers versus the Brisbane Heat. You will forgive me if I don't stay live for some Big Bash. Smith is back on strike facing a Bumrah. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, back of a length in the corridor and left alone by Smith. There is no run, 303 for 6. fifth delivery now coming up. The overs from Bumrah are starting to take a bit longer now. In he comes. Fifth delivery, right arm over the wicket. And this one is dabbed towards point. There is no run though. Final delivery coming up. 6 more overs scheduled after this one. But I think we will get only 1 or 2 more in, depending on who is going to bowl. Swinging away from the right-handed batsman Smith, outside the off stump, left alone, and there is quite some urgency for the Indians. They want the 2 overs. They want to bowl the 2 overs. Akashdeep, though, is the bowler at the other end. And he has 5 minutes in which to complete his over and throw the ball back to Bumrah, presumably. So Bumrah can get another one in. 3 slips in place for Akashdeep as he bowls one down the leg side that Pat Cummins tries to glance away past the keeper, misses it though, and Rishabh Pant takes it cleanly behind the stumps. In he comes again, and there is again nothing that Patrick Cummins can do with that. Going down the leg side, and there is no run. Over 87,000 people are in the MCG for this Boxing Day test. In comes Akashdeep again, right arm over the wicket, and this is played out towards backward point by Patrick Cummins, and there is again no run. $87,242 people in attendance today. Well, I mean, it's probably one of the most popular days for Test cricket in Australia, the Boxing Day Test, as Cummins squirts one past third slip back towards the boundary at deep third man for 4 runs. Australia 307 for 6. 2 more deliveries left in Akashdeep's over. And I think that means we get another one in after this one. $307 for 6, the Australians. Cummins taking strike. Akashdeep comes over the wicket, and this one is guided past the slips where the fielder from deep backward point is coming around, fielding it, but the Australians take a single, so Smith on strike for the final delivery of Akashdeep's 19th over. Final delivery coming up. There is square leg. There are 3 slips, and Smith defends this one towards mid wicket. There is no run, and the Australians remain on 308 for 6, and I think that means we get a final over of the day and that should be bowled by Jasprit Bumrah. Cummins on strike, and now we are seeing on the Jumbotron the official attendance 87,242. And Australian cricket thanks you for your support beneath the official attendance number. In comes Bumrah, right arm over the wicket, swinging away from the right-hander Pat Cummins, and he leaves that one alone. 308 for 6, still the Australians. Bumrah has taken Patrick Cummins' wicket in tests 8 times. He has conceded 46 runs for those 8 dismissals, and Patrick Cummins in total has faced 130 deliveries from Bumrah. In comes Bumrah again, right arm over the wicket, and this one is blocked out into the leg side by Patrick Cummins, and there is no run. The Australian plan here has to be to get to stumps without any further damage after they have lost 4 wickets in this evening session already. After dominating the Indian bowling attack in the first 2 sessions, one has to say. Third delivery is another dot ball as Cummins readjusts his batting gloves, and Bumrah walks back to his mark. He has given the ball. He pours some sweat from his brow onto the ball, polishes it. In he comes again. 3 slips, backward point, short leg, mid wicket, and again fielded relatively close to the cut strip by Jadeja at mid wicket there. There is no run. Okay, if nothing goes wrong for Bumrah here, this should be the second to last ball of the day's play. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, and this one is angled down the leg side from Jasprit Bumrah. Cummins can't make any contact with that. There is no run, but umpire Michael Goff has signaled that Bumrah has overstepped, and he has overstepped. This is probably the worst no ball that he has bowled so far. Anyway, so second attempt at the 5th legal delivery. This one is a low full toss that Pat Cummins clips off his legs behind square on the leg side, and the Australians have run a couple. 311 for 6 now, Australia. Final delivery of the day coming up now. Final delivery of the day coming up. As we are seeing that Jaiswal actually got hands onto that delivery that brought Pat Cummins 2 runs. Looks funny at his thumb, at the base of his thumb there. Anyway, in comes Bumrah for the final ball of the day, defended back into the pitch by Pat Cummins, and there is no run, and that is stumps on day 1. So what do we make of the day? I would probably still give it to the Australians because they won the toss, they elected to bat first, and they made over 300 runs, and they still have 4 wickets in hand at the end of the first day. Sam Constas on debut, the 19-year-old, made 60. He was for a while the highest score for the Australians. He took a liking to the Indian attack, scooping Jasprit Bumrah all over the place. In the end, the top 4 of Australia all made 50s. Usman Khawaja making the lowest score in the top 4. He made 57. Then Travis Head made a duck, which probably made the Indians take a bit of heart, because by that point they had taken 1 wicket in each of the first 2 sessions. And had just dismissed Manus Labuschagne after the drinks break after tea. India, the pick of the Indian bowling attack was Jasprit Bumrah, who took 3 wickets. Akashdeep, Ravindra Jadeja and Washington Sundar with 1 each. Mohammad Siraj and Nitish Kumar Reddy out of luck so far. So, thank you everyone for watching, listening. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And if you want, we'll see each other again tomorrow, hopefully with less technical difficulties and not another 1 hour internet blackout on my end. Thank you everyone, and if you want, I will see you again tomorrow. Bye bye.